Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Always helps if you remember to turn your camera on and stuff. So, how is everybody this morning? I am doing well. It's nice and sunny outside here, and the water's moving on the lake, or it's not really a lake, but the water's moving, which means that it's not so cold that it's like freezing it up last night. Though I was cold last night because, after a week of like 70-degree weather, it's gotten cold again. So, yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, you guys are warm, but I'm guessing that's happened to a lot of places. So, go ahead and share what you are reading this morning. Um, I have finished all the books on my January TBR. So, I'm so excited about that. And I made the wise decision, I think, yesterday that instead of adding more books onto my January TBR, I'm just moving on to my February TBR. There's only a few days left, and I feel fine with that. So today I'm going to mainly be reading Villette by Charlotte Bronte. I started that last night and just read like the first couple of chapters. And I also started Black Hawk Down. And I don't know about this one. I think this might be causing me anxiety. So we'll see how that goes today. Anyway, let me go to the comments. Good morning, Vanessa. How are you? Good to see you. Good morning, Shannon. I know she's probably not here because Shannon, if you guys don't know, she also is doing reading sprints right now. And like, if you want like some productive, quick sprints and where you're getting to chat and then you're getting right back to work, Shannon is your girl. I got so much done when I was on her sprint the other day because she's really good about like sticking to her timers and that kind of stuff. That is not me. So if you're here for that, you're should probably hop on over to Shannon, but I'll probably hop over and say hi to her at some point again too. And good morning, Bex. Good to see you. Hello to everyone, she says. Good morning, Susan. How are you? Good morning, Lynn. And you're reading Legendary today. That sounds like a fantasy novel. Is that right? Or am I thinking of Legend Born? I think I'm thinking of Legend Born, but Legendary sounds familiar too for some reason that I can't explain. And Susan says 2 books. Yep, I'm a 2-book person too. Mansfield Park, nice, by Jane Austen, and Hell of a Book. Oh, how are you liking Hell of a Book, Susan? Have you started it? Like, yeah, I finished that late last week, I think, and really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. So I'm glad somebody else is reading it. Good morning, Laura. How are you? Welcome, welcome. Good morning, MH. Just got back from the gym, making breakfast and focusing on coursework during these sprints. Sounds like you've got a good plan to go. Good morning, Rita. How are you? Good to, see you, as we would say. And Bex is saying, I'm working from home today, so no fun reading for me, but I'll be cheering you all on. Well, and we will be cheering you on. So hopefully we are good company while you read. And Rita says, I'm so not good at sticking to my timers. You're better than I am, Rita. That I don't agree with that. Like you might go like slightly over yours. I like hear mine and just keep going. So, and then Lynn says Legendary is the second book in the Caravel Fantasy series. Okay. I knew I had been hearing it, but I couldn't think like from where. Good morning, Donna. And she says, just got in from taking my son to his bus. Very good. Going to journal and edit some YouTube videos. Very nice. Well, hopefully it is warmer than it was earlier in the month. And so that bus, taking to the bus wasn't a freezing experience. And Donna's saying, oh, that she loved the Caravel trilogy. Nice. Yeah, that seems to be a very popular one. And Rita's saying hi to Shannon and hi to Vanessa. And Susan's saying, I've read 3 chapters of Hell of a Book so far. Very good. And Mansfield Park is now your favorite Austen. Wow. Okay, so you got some good things going on. I have actually never read Mansfield Park. I have read What were the 2 that I read? Well, the 2 typical ones, Pride and Prejudice and Emma. And, then I decided that Jane Austen like, I don't dislike Jane Austen, she's just not my favorite author during that time period, and so I've never felt compelled to, like, read more of her works, even though most of them are still in print. But I have considered, like, rereading some of them or trying Mansfield Park or Sense and Sensibility because I've never read them, and I also haven't read Jane Austen since college, so, tastes change. And Lynn says, "Yes, Donna, I'm enjoying it. Good, good, good." And Sophia, "Good morning, Sophia." And she said, "I'll be reading Twilight and working on schoolwork." Nice. And I'm assuming Twilight, you mean like the Twilight that we all think of when we think of Twilight with like the vampires and I mean, were they technically? I guess they were vampires. I don't know why I feel like they're not really vampires, but there's something else. Maybe because it was just such a different take on them. And Shannon's saying hi to Rita. And Donna is saying to Lynn, "Oh, so happy you're enjoying it. I am hosting a read along for her next trilogy, Once Upon a Broken Heart." Nice, Donna. When did your read along start? I'm because that one's already out, right? The Once Upon a Broken Heart. I feel like at least some of it is, if not the whole series. Well, let us know when your read along starts because it sounds like there's plenty of people who are have enjoyed her books. So we definitely want to hear about that. So, yeah, so I'm going to be doing because I know Shannon's doing shorter sprints. So I figured we'll do longer sprints over here. So if you guys want to jump back and forth, that usually lines up well. And you can, if you get tired of doing longer sprints, you can hop over to hers and do shorter sprints for a while or whatever. And Susan says that Mansfield centers around one character, Fanny, sort of a Cinderella story. Interesting. I've never heard it explained that way. And so now that kind of has me intrigued. And a much easier read. I hope Fanny gets her happy ending. Well, it's Jane Austen. Like it's not the Brontes. Like this, I'm not expecting a truly happy ending. I mean, she works things out at the end of her books, but does she? But Jane Austen, like, I'll be amazed if the ending's not happy. But in an easier read. I do find that Jane Austen can vary in how difficult her reads are. I feel like of the two that I've read, that Pride and Prejudice was more difficult than Emma. Emma to me was definitely like the lighter hearted, easier read. Lynn says that sounds like a fun read along. Yeah, I know, right? And Sophia says, "Yep, the classic Twilight with Edward and Bella." Okay, it's my first time reading it and watching it. Oh, wow. That's going to be so fun. I have never read the books. No, that's not true. I think I read the first book and saw part of the first movie, or I might have read them part of both. I just remember thinking, like, wow, this is way different than I thought it was going to be. Um, But yeah, but I know that is like a much beloved like series, especially when it first came out. And Donna says the read along is starting February 1st on a Discord I started. Awesome. Well, Donna does have a booktube channel, so you can search for her by the Mom's Book Collection. And I am sure that all the information on her read along is there. Have you posted an announcement video? Well, I'm assuming you have since it starts February 1st. That would be my guess. And you need to finish the Twilight books and you've watched all the movies. Yeah. Yeah. I think I've seen the first 2 movies and part of the 3rd, or I might have seen part of all of the movies. Yeah, because I don't think I've actually seen all of any of the movies now that I'm thinking about that. Because I can't even think of what happens in the total of the first movie. Hmm. Hello, Kiana. And Kiana says hello to everyone in the chat as well. And Susan says she read Pride and Prejudice and Sense and Sensibility, and she can find no fault in Mansfield Park. Oh, wow. That's a pretty strong endorsement there. I might really need to check it out then. And it's funny because that if I read another Austen, that was the one that I was thinking of. So, okay. Okay. I will consider that sometime in the near future. Kiana says, "I've never seen or read Twilight." Yeah, well, Kiana, I thought you liked vampires. Were you one of the people who was saying you were very into vampire stories? I feel like you need to read it because I do feel like it took that whole genre and story and everything we think about vampires in a very different direction. And I honestly think that's part of why it became so popular was because it was such a different take on it. And Donna says, "Oh, I forgot about making an announcement video." Oh, okay, you're welcome. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, sometimes people do read-alongs and they just do it with smaller groups of friends and not necessarily like announcing it to the world. So Kiana says, "I'm watching Interview with a Vampire, the show, and I can't figure out why no one thinks it's weird that Claudia has red eyes." Yes, yes. Little gaps in storylines like that kind of bother me sometimes, where it's like, and nobody thought that was odd or a strange giveaway that, just red eyes the whole time. Kiana says she does like vampires. Yeah, well, you might have to at least try the Twilight series. That's what I've heard. Lynn says, "I read the first Twilight, the writing wasn't for me." Yeah, I don't I read, I'm pretty sure, most of the first Twilight book because it was at the time when the books were coming out and the movie was out, and I mean, that was literally all you heard about. I feel like for like 2 years straight at least. And so I was curious and like I thought it was okay, but yeah, I hear you on the writing style. Kiana said it's never mentioned. She's just walking around with those red eyes, and no one said, "Where did this kid come from?" It's just like there's some major plot holes going on there. Kiana. Like everybody's just like, whatever. A strange kid with red eyes shows up. It's fine. It's fine. Happens all the time. It's fine. Nothing to see here. Nothing to think about. Okay, well, I'm gonna stop us there. I'm gonna stop us early since that's all the comments I see coming through, but there's always one more that pops up. And I'm gonna go ahead and put us in a 45-minute sprint. I'm going to start with Black Hawk Down. I read a few chapters last night. Um, I'm going to try listening to the audiobook. I did not sleep well last night, and I swear it was because of this book, because like it's those first 3 chapters, like, the tension is there, and I think because this is a nonfiction book, if you don't know, um, about what happened in an encounter in Somalia, and because I know what ended up happening, you would think that would make it a less tense book to read, but that's really not what's happening with me, like, I think I'm just waiting for the other shoe to drop, and it's driving me crazy, and, like, I literally had to take a break while I was, like, after reading chapter 1 to be like, "Okay, I'm in Courtney's boot camp, read along, let me work out this, like, adrenaline rush I now have." I also can't watch, like, action movies. I'm very sensitive to that kinda thing, and I'll be, like, shaking through the whole movie, so I know I can't watch the movie. So I was hoping I was gonna be able to read the book, but I don't know if that's gonna happen either. MH says, "I read Twilight while I was in middle school and really liked it. I was obsessed, but now I just find the movies cringy." Yeah, I mean, I guess that would be the downside of the books too. I'm not sure how well either would have held up over time. Donna says, "You mean kids don't come with red eyes and freaky already?" I mean, some might. And says, "'Cause, yeah, yeah." Hello, is it Jean or Jean? Oh, I'm so glad I joined. Well, welcome. How many hours will you be live? So I'm usually live from 9 to 2, so quite a few. But I don't have much going on today, and there is no school today, and the hubby's home just doing whatever, so might go longer. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, so let's actually go into our first sprint. So our first sprint will be 45 minutes. Um, And make sure you tell me what you've been reading, or what you're going to be working on if you haven't, because I love hearing about that. Like I said, I'm going to start with the audiobook of Black Hawk Down first for myself. So let me share my screen with my little springtime Pomodoro so we can all pretend that it's nice and lovely out. And I will see you guys in 45 minutes. Happy sprinting. I had to bring myself back there. I was getting sucked in. Okay, so how did that go for everybody? Mine went pretty well. Black Hawk Down is still really intense. Though it was slightly better um doing the audiobook. So I think if I have any chance of finishing this book, I'm going to have to read the audiobook and maybe split it up and take an entire month to read it. Because I definitely needed to switch to Villette to, like, soothe my soul, and and I did. I read it. I also got a couple of pages in here, and I'm really liking this book so far. There is a young, child there's the narrator who's Lucy Snow, but there is also a young child in the very beginning of this book named, Polly or Paulina, and she is just the funniest little character that if there was a movie version, I feel like should be played by Shirley Temple. Like, just that, like, sort of precocious kind of child who sort of speaks like an adult in a somewhat disturbing manner, but is also kind of cute. Like, that's who Paulina reminds me of. And so she's just fun to read, like her little sections. So, all right, well, let's get to the comments and see how you guys did during this sprint. I'm gonna just take off this banner for now, and I'm gonna have to go back up because there was lots of chatting going on, which I always love seeing. So let's see what's going on. Oh, Christina joined. Hi, Christina. Nice to see you. Coffee is a must. I agree. Just got up. Yeah, I did not sleep well last night, guys. So I definitely needed my coffee this morning. I had like weird dreams. Like there was a yarn shop that used to be near me, and I got along with the owner really well. She was like instrumental in helping me lock down learning how to knit, and she eventually sold the shop and she's moved away now, but she was in the dream, and in the dream, she was selling her yarn shop, and so I was going to visit her, and we were, like, packing up the yarn and stuff that she hadn't been able to sell. My dreams are very vivid, so it was just a weird dream. There was lots of shop visiting, and I do have my coffee already. I have my out of print mug today. So it says author, title, due date, and borrower's name. And I got this at a visit to the Library of Congress. Um, I've also seen out of print socks. I do not own those. Donna is saying hi to Christina. Hi, Storm. She says, can't stay at Hardy's drinking coffee and chatting, but wanted to pop in and hit the like button and say hi. Thanks, Storm. Ooh, I've never thought, I don't think we have any Hardee's in our area, but I'm familiar with Hardee's and I never thought of getting coffee there. I guess because I'm always around them at like lunch or dinner time. And Vanessa said, having a stressful morning. Oh, I'm sorry, Vanessa. I hope it gets better. I hope it like calms itself down. Christina said hi to Storm, hi to Donna. Yeah, I know. Sorry to Vanessa. Oh no, Vanessa, I'm so sorry. Oh, I hope you're not getting sick. Uh, Kiana said hi to Christina and Vanessa. Oh, and now you have to go to work. Oh, okay. I really hope you feel better. Hopefully that was just like a momentary passing thing. Christina says, I miss Hardy's Storm. It has been a really long time. Yeah, I can't think of the last time I went to Hardy's. I can't even think where I lived where there was one. So many sad faces. That's true. That was a series of sad faces. Kiana says, sorry, yeah, that you're having a bad morning. And Vanessa says hi to Christina and Kiana. Christina said hi to Kiana. Good morning, Bree. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing well this morning. Vanessa said hi to Bree. Bree said, hey, girly. Bree, I have 3 books to finish before February, so wish me luck. Okay, you can do it. You've got it. Hopefully, if you've got some stuff to do today, I know you homeschool and stuff, you'll be able to get that going and maybe find some independent work time and get your own reading done. And good morning, Scarlet Moon Creations. If you don't mind, if you could remind me of your name. I know it, but I'm mixing it with a whole bunch of other names. So if I say what I think it is, it's definitely gonna be wrong. But good morning to you. Good morning, Rex. She says, "Good luck, Bree. You've got this." Bree says, "Thanks." Good morning, Faye. She says, "Hello. I'm working on an essay I don't want to write, so I thought I'd drop in for some company." Well, welcome. Hope we are good company for you. And I can totally relate, Faye, because I'm not a writer. So every essay I have to write is an essay I don't want to. But I do. I did for college over and over again. Christina says, "Good morning. Hope everyone is well. Reading Throne of Glass today, as your Libby hold just came in last night and your physical copy is due tomorrow." Oh, yeah. Okay. I hear you. So you gotta you gotta get getting while the getting is good. Yeah, but coffee first. Yes. And sharing some love with the like button. Thank you, Christina. And Christina says, "Hi, Brianna. Good luck." Hello, Jamie. Good morning. So not a morning person. I love that face, but trying to get a jump start on the day. We'll be working on job applications and cover letters. Nice. Good luck with that. Good start to the day. And I totally feel you on the morning thing. And hello, Brittany. She says, "I'll be bouncing between adulting, channel stuff, and reading the engagement party." Well, sounds good. You can cycle through them. Maybe do like focus on one each sprint and switch until they're all done. Vanessa says, "Planned out our week and prepped for your first intake of the day. Be right back. Will be in said intake." Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. Hope it goes well. And Stargator, good morning. Nice to see you here. Welcome, welcome. Okay, you have to remind me who the dog is in that picture, and what cartoon he's from, because I can totally hear his voice, but I cannot place the whole thing together. And good morning, Courtney. She says, "Hey there, book peeps. Just got up." Blah. Well, hopefully that means you got some good rest because I know you were saying you were super tired last night. So, gonna work out, but we'll hang while we'll talk till I start. Sounds good. Sounds good. Have a good workout. And hello, Patty. Good morning. On the exercise bike, then hoping to read more in Beautiful Bad by Annie Ward. Nice. Sounds like a good way to start the morning. It is nice to start like with exercise before you go and read because then you feel like justified in sitting for a long time. At least that's how I feel. Lynn said, "I got another 10% read in Legendary. Excellent." Patty says, "Random thriller I picked up that's surprisingly great." Nice. And she's talking about Beautiful Bad. Well, very good. I love it when you get like a book that you're like, "Oh, I'll give this a try," and it ends up being really good. So, because some books are great and just don't get the hype. And hello, book zealots. And oh, Black Hawk Down is such a good book. Yes, that is what my son has been telling me, and something that never should have happened. Yeah, I totally agree. But an amazing book. Yeah, yeah. It is really disturbing and sad. I don't know if you saw my faces at the beginning of that sprint when I started listening, but I was like, "Oh my gosh, this is just yeah, not good." I got to page 241 of The Liar. Very nice, Kiana. Susan said, "Read 26 pages of Mansfield Park." I just read the first part of that next sentence, which says "going to hell." And I was like, "Oh no, is Mansfield Park going downhill? What's happening?" Going to hell of a book on the next reading sprint. That's much better. Rita says, "Jumping around on different things that need to get wrapped up." Very good, Rita. I know you're very good at being productive. Lynn says, "It's tough to fly through hard hitting books." Yeah, I need some lighthearted breaks in between. I'm the same way, Lynn. I can't just read like a dark novel or something that's very sad in isolation by itself. Like, I usually need to read it with something that's more lighthearted or read it, finish it, and move to something that's like, you know, butterfly kisses and puppies' wet noses and that kind of deal. It says, "I wanted to hang out, but I have to leave the house. I hope we can make another sprint and stay around longer." Okay, sounds good. And you're probably already gone, but hope you get some good errands done. And oh, cool mug. Yeah, I love this mug. This is one of the most popular mugs in my house. So they did have there you can kind of see it better. They did have another library card one, but it might have just been a regular card catalog or something like that. And I thought the out of print one was so much better and reminded me more of Library of Congress because that's what they have there is a lot of out of print books. Lynn says cute mug. Christina loved the mug. Thank you guys. Yep, I have to fight people in my house to get a chance to use it. Lynn said, I met my future husband while I worked at Hardee's drive-through. Oh, wow. That's like such a cool connection to have. That's funny. Bree says, so sorry you are feeling sick, Nessa. Yeah, we all are. That's never any fun. Courtney says, that's so cute, Lynn. Hardee's has good Cinnabon rolls. Ooh, oh, but bad customer service. Interesting. Yeah, I have never been to Hardee's at breakfast time, I'm realizing. And like Storm's drinking the coffee there, so I'm thinking the coffee must be pretty decent. Christina says hi to Brittany. Kiana says hi to Courtney. Hi, Shannon. Getting your writing done. I finished my not short story on Saturday. It's a novel now at 72,000 words, so you're revising it. Also came up with a name for it, Dark Scars and Lovely Roses. Ooh, I like that. I like that title. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Well, nice. I like how your short story turned into a novel. I don't feel like that's a bad thing. I mean, it kind of throws things off because you were expecting a short story, it sounds like, but hey, apparently there was a novel there to be had. Brittany says hi to Christina. Hello, hello. And Christina says hi to Courtney. Bree says hi to Christina. Christina says hi, Patty. And Christina, hi everyone. I feel like I'm missing people. I feel like that all the time, Christina. I feel like I go into sprints and I'm like, hi, hi. And then I'm like, hi, everyone, because I feel like I missed like 70 other people. But that's like my favorite part about like this sprinting community is that like really when we say hi, everyone, I feel like we get to the point where we really do start to feel like we know each other, at least to some extent, and can say hi to everyone in the chat. And Courtney says hi to Brittany and to Christina. And hello, diligent darling. I love your name. And welcome. I am switching between Babel and Fourth Wing. Oh, nice. So it's got two fantasies going there and very different in tone, if I'm correct. I don't know too much about Fourth Wing, amazingly, since everybody's talking about it, but I know that Babel is a bit more of a darker tone, dark academia kind of thing. Shannon says, "Me too, Christina. I should be revising and being distracted." Yeah, feel you there. And Christina says, "Hey, Shannon, fancy seeing you here. I'm guessing that means you're jumping between our sprints." I do that all the time. Like, oh, just saw you. And Courtney says, "Dang, diligent, you're not playing around, right?" Right. And Shannon says, "Right, Christina." Brittany's saying hi to Courtney. Patty's saying hi to Christina. And Gina's saying it's 6 p.m. for me after work, and this live is right on time. Nice. Just started a little life. Oh boy. Okay. You're gonna have to let us know how that's going. I mean, I've seen the videos of like people crying and all that. I tried a little life and I just wasn't getting into it. It was too slow for me, and I don't know. Like, it was too slow for me, and the characters did not draw me in fast enough for as slow paced and as it was, I guess. So, and hello, believe in yourself, and says hello. Hi. Christina says, I have a book from the library right now, Clover by Dory Sanders. And in the back is the little pocket with the card still in it. Oh, and the last stamp is December 23rd, 2016. I love that, Christina. I have had that experience where like I have gone and gotten a library book and somehow there's still a little card thing there. Like my dream after we move is I really want to buy a library card catalog. Like they you can buy them. and I really wanna get just, like, a small one and have the papers and put my books like, catalog my books in there. I just feel like that would just be, like, the most unnecessary thing, but somehow very fulfilling at the same time. And then I could even get, like, out of print cards, and then I could do that thing where they remove it. Yeah, love it. And Lynn says cinnamon rolls sound so good right now. I'm with you, Lynn. I woke up this morning and I wanted coffee and a pastry and a cinnamon bun. I have monkey bread in my freezer. Well, I don't think I'm making that today, but And Bree says, I read A Little Life 2 years ago now, and it still has stuck with me. Yeah, that might be something that in the future I try getting out of the library and try reading more. And Susan says, started a diet on Saturday. So hungry I could eat the coffee table. Oh no. Okay, no more hearty stuff. And I'm sure that cinnamon roll didn't help. Anyway, we'll go into our next sprint. How about that? That will help us out, Susan. So we are just under 45 minutes on the clock, and that's fine. I won't reset it. We'll just go from there. I'm going to just be reading Villette now going forward. So we can do that. Christina, real quick, said that would be so fun having a card catalog of your books instead of on the computer, right? Because then I feel like anytime I also like stationery and paper, so I'm just gonna leave it at that. I just think that would just be an amazing experience. Anyway, okay, we're gonna go back into the sprint. I will see you guys after the sprint. Happy reading or productivity or whatever is you're going to be doing during this time. I can't talk. And I will see you apparently in 43 minutes. How's that for a sprint length? All right. Well, hello, hello, and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you? Mine went really well. I read some more in Villette, and I'm really enjoying this book. It's just a really, I don't want to say cozy read, but it just has such interesting characters in it, which I guess shouldn't be surprising because the more I'm reading it, the more I'm realizing this really is going to be a character-based novel, really a character study, and I'm really finding fascinating the characters that she's presenting to us. There's a really strong narrative voice. It's the voice of Lucy Snow, who's the main character. A lot of people comment on the name of the book as being a really pretty girl's name, which I would agree. I think that would be a beautiful name for a woman. But it's actually the name of a town that occurs later in the book. So I feel like in what I feel like is maybe Charlotte Bronte's typical style, that the beginning of the book is almost feels like a separate book. Because I've read the back of this book and some of what the book is supposed to be about, and thus far, none of that's happening yet. So let me go to the comments and see how you guys did. I did put up on the screen a question, which was, what was your favorite book from 2003? My absolute favorite book last year was David Copperfield, um, which I'm pretty sure I mention every chance I get. Like I loved that book. That's all I'm going to say right now about it. And Christina, she was talking about the library card catalog that I was talking about wanting, and she said it would be especially nice if you have enough books to be called a library. True. If you just had a few books, that would maybe be kind of a like here's my drawer with three cards in it kind of thing. But for those of us that like having a large physical collection of books, it could be a lot of fun. And Jean said to Bree, "That's so cool. I already feel connected to the characters. I can't wait to cry." Nice. Yeah, it is. Sometimes it's nice to have a book that you know is just going to make you cry and feel all the feels. Diligent Darling said, I want to read A Little Life so bad. Maybe after I finish Babel, it can be my next hard-hitting book." Yeah, yeah, you could definitely go in that direction. I have to kind of spread out by make me cry books, and I can't read a book that I feel like the whole purpose is to make me cry, which I think is why I was struggling with A Little Life. MH said, "Made it to campus, starting thesis work next sprint." Nice. Well, glad we are joining you for that. So hope that goes well. Stargator said, "The dog is Muttley." Yes, yes, yes. A Hanna-Barbera character in the okay, yes, yes. I'm so glad you shared that. It's all coming back to me. Yes, Muttley. And he had like that snicker is how I would refer to his laugh. Is such good times. Oh, bye, Courtney. She's off to work. Be back later. Hope you have a great day. I'm sure she's gone by now. So she did end up going into work today. I know she said that was a possibility. Wow, right, right, Muttley. Yeah, yes, yes. I might have to go and like pull up some old cartoons of that because, ah, yeah, those were the days. In fact, it's so funny the difference in similarities to cartoons back then versus now. Like, my son grew up and he'd watch cartoons and stuff. And I remember one time we went to Red Robin and they had on the TVs um, some Looney Tunes, and it was like the older Looney Tunes. And so it was like a Tom and Jerry episode, and he was watching it and he was just staring at it in shock. And finally he turned to me and he's like, "Why is this cartoon so violent?" I was like, I guess it is kind of violent, but I was like, that's not how it felt as a kid. It felt exciting and funny. Lynn said, "I made it 72% into my book. Heading out now, so thanks for the sprint. You're very welcome. That was very good progress." And Kiana says, "Had to get the kids on the bus. They move so slow in the morning." Yeah, I do too. So I can't blame them. I was never like a quick mover. Good morning, Heather. She said, joined during the last sprint. Sorry to be so late, but happy to see you. There is no late. We're here. You're fine. Glad you could join us this morning. What are you going to be working on this morning, Heather? Jamie said, had made some progress, 2 applications submitted. Yay! So, what kind of jobs are you applying for, Jamie, if you don't mind sharing? I'm always interested in what people do because there's just so many different types of work out there. And hello, Soren. What's the last book you've read? What did I just finish? The very last book that I just finished yesterday was Eye of the World, which is book one in the Wheel of Time series. So I finished that, and it was good. Like, it wasn't like amazing best fantasy book I've ever read or anything, but it was really good and it was actually better than I thought it was going to be. So, in my January wrap up video, I'll be sharing my thoughts on that. But that was my last read. I'm excited though, because in February there will be a lot more classics, which is like what I love. So, Susan said, hell of a book. Don't give me any spoilers, but is the little boy becoming visible a nod to Ellison's Invisible Man? Susan, that is such a good question because I also started wondering that like pretty early on in the book. And I kept feeling like that more and more as the book went on. However, I have not read Invisible Man. Um, so I don't know. But it really made me want to read Invisible Man. And you know what? I might on this next sprint actually look up some info on Hell of a Book and the author and see if he mentions being inspired by that. Because just based on what I know of Invisible Man, it did kind of make me feel like I wondered if this was like a modern take on that same idea. So, but I don't know. I didn't reach any conclusions because I haven't read the book. So, but if we're both thinking that and feeling that, I'm gonna say yes. Brittany says, I was filming in that sprint. Nice. Did you get your filming done? Are you moving on to editing? Sometimes I do them back to back. Sometimes I'm like, I need a break from myself. Christina, I was just getting my audio ready and getting another coffee. Well, there you go. I went and got a refill on my coffee because it's a 2 coffee day today, apparently, which is rare for me because after 1 cup, I can get a little crazed. Faye said her favorite book of 2003 was Molly of the Mall. Oh, literary lass and purveyor of fine footwear. That sounds so fascinating. About a Canadian literature student who's obsessed with books. So basically, you. Nice. I'm going to look that up. That sounds, I love the title, one. And then two, like, yeah, we're all obsessed with books. So I can relate. Susan said, it's hard for me to pick a fave. So many good reads. That's so true. That's so true. I wasn't sure I was going to have a favorite of last year until I read David Copperfield. Well, no, that's not true because I did really like The Count of Monte Cristo. That was pretty high up there. I think until David Copperfield, I thought that was probably going to be my number one pick for the year. Soren said, my favorite book from 2003 was Can't Hurt Me by Goggins. I have not heard of that. What's that book about? Sounds interesting. Christina said, also realized that I have laundry to fold today and need more coffee first. Maybe I will get to that later. Yeah, this sounds like you're on your like fourth cup of coffee. No judgment, but just like every other comment, Christina is coffee today, which I can relate to because mine's about to go in that direction too. And yeah, I also have some laundry sitting on my bed. Mm. Sophia, finished an assignment. Will read in the next sprint before I start a new assignment. Nice. I like that. I will do that sometimes too, where I will alternate what I'm doing in sprints, like work and then pleasure, and then work and then pleasure. And MH, working on making a survey for my thesis and listening to Such Sharp Teeth by Rachel Harrison, multitasking at its finest. Nice. Well, that's nice. If you can like go back and forth between those two things, I can do very minimal things while listening to audiobook. Like I had a text that I had to respond to while I was listening to Black Hawk Down earlier. and I definitely was not catching everything that was happening in Black Hawk Down, but I think that was a good thing because, like I said, that book makes me anxious. So and Beck says, "My favorite book from last year was probably Small Spaces. That sounds familiar," by Catherine Arden. It's a spooky middle grade read. Oh, maybe it's not familiar. Which is an age range I usually don't read and can't get into, but it was so spooky and loved it. Nice. Well, and that's surprising too, right? So a genre and age range you don't normally work in, and I wouldn't necessarily expect a middle grade book to be very spooky for me. So though I'm easily spooked, so it probably would be. But I'm glad that you found a surprising and wonderful read. Hello, Purple Rains. Said Purple Rain Hearts, rather. Sorry I came on at last minute, but showing some support anyways. Today I'll be reading Pumpkin Spice Peril. That is an awesome name. Please tell me what that's about. I'm assuming that it's like a cozy fantasy, maybe? Sort of a Legends of the Latte kind of vibe. And no worries about coming on late. We're here for a while, so just join anytime and pop in. Heather says, I'm working on Leaves of Grass, but I am not a poetry person, so this is hard. I'm trying to have appreciation because Whitman is supposed to be our greatest poet. I totally feel you, Heather. I am not a poetry person either. I started on Leaves of Grass, and I do want to get a copy of it again because I will say this, like, it's a lot to go through, and I did not enjoy all of it, but when I hit parts that I enjoyed, I was blown away. So, I hope that you at least have that experience if you don't necessarily enjoy every single moment of it. So, but at one point I moved and it's a huge book, so I just couldn't keep it. So now I'm kind of like, do I get it out of the library? That's probably what I will do to see if there's enough of it that I like to keep it. But I hope you enjoy it. Jamie said, I have a lot of management and customer service experience. Okay, so trying to take that experience into a position that is more community focused than corporate. Nice. Sounds like a great goal. I really hope that goes well for you. I think that's really cool thing to do. I work at a nonprofit, so I can totally appreciate that trying to make that move from a more corporate situation. And Believe in Yourself said The Count of Monte Cristo and Grapes of Wrath are your two favorite books. Glad you enjoyed yeah, Monte Cristo. Yeah, it was phenomenal. And I read the unabridged version and yeah, loved it. I think I did something like where I read it over 1 or 2 months, and I just did like 30 or 40 pages every night before going to bed. Don't recommend reading it before going to bed because turned out the number of pages I was reading got me through basically what would have been one serialized section, which because he serialized the book, he kept leaving it on cliffhangers. And that happened to be how I organized my reading. And so I'd go to bed every night on a cliffhanger. It was not a relaxing bedtime story. Hello, and I'm gonna Sina, is that how you pronounce your name? I like it. And hi, just joined. Are we winding up though? No, we are not. I go till at least 2 o'clock, so we've got plenty of time left. So you are welcome here. Glad you are joining us. Let us know what you're reading. And Heather says, favorite classic of 2023, Count of Monte Cristo. See, it's a really good book if you haven't read it. But if David Copperfield trumps that, then wow. My favorite modern read was Babel. Nice, nice. Yeah, Count of Monte Cristo and David Copperfield are very different books. Um, I think what got me with David Copperfield over the Count of Monte Cristo is that I do think Charles Dickens is a better writer. I think both the books had some adventurous moments, had very interesting plot twists, but at the end of the day, Charles Dickens just had way like was words. I felt like Dickens just had way more moments where the writing I thought was beautiful, beautiful quotes, that kind of thing. And that's not to say that Dumas did not. Christina said, "No, it will be only be my second cup. It's just I drink coffee and I know things." For me, it is not two separate things, though. The drinking lets me know things. I can totally appreciate that, Christina. Jamie says, Nice, Jamie. Very nice. Zena said, "You're pretty close. It's Zaina." Okay. I knew there would be there's just a few sounds that X tends to make. So, okay, Zaina, I'm not reading, but I'll be doing a writing exercise. Nice. Well, I hope that goes well for you. And we're just about to start a sprint, so that'll be perfect. Susan said, "Never Let Me Go" might have been my fave. The morning I finished it, I cried the rest of the day emotional. Yes, I read Never Let Me Go last year or the year before. I don't remember which. And I don't know why. I know a lot of people find that a really good story and it's one of their favorites for Ishiguro. And that one, for some reason, for me, by the time I got to the end of the story, I just felt very disconnected from it. And I don't know if it was because I had read Clara in the Sun and what's the one with the butler? The Remains of the Day? I had read both of those first, and so I kind of already knew, like, how he wrote his story and kind of felt his pattern, and so I think because of that, I knew there was gonna be a twist, right? Like, I feel like that's his main thing, is he's really good at plot twist and, like, doing something in there. So I don't know if that was it, but for some reason, yeah. Like, I saw why other people would definitely get really attached and have an emotional reaction to the end of the book. But for some reason for me, it felt flat and I felt very left out. Like like I wanted to be emotionally tormented at the end. I don't know. Anyway, all right, we will go into our next sprint. I will put up another question for us to think about, and that is, what is your favorite book of all time? So you can let me know and answer that during the sprint, and I will go ahead and share my screen. I'm going to go back to reading Villette. Such interesting things happening in it right now. I don't know how I'm going to feel about this book by the end, but there we go. We've got about 42 minutes still on the clock. Happy sprinting. Hello and welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine went really well for me. I read some more of Villette and I'm really still enjoying this book. There was a beautiful sort of story within a story about like a lost love of someone that she met. And that was just touched my heart. So I am doing some small annotations in this, basically just using tabs in this case. I don't know why. I'm just not in the mood to like mark with pen today. But I could definitely see doing that in the future. So right now I'm just marking any main characters that she kind of meets along the way, really secondary characters that she's meeting, because I am really finding this to be a character study. I'm also marking this very top set of tabs, just different scenes or stages in the plot, major location changes, I guess I should say. And then just some lines that I like and that kind of thing. So I got about 18 pages done. You may or may not notice that at sometimes I turn my camera off, and it's just that about 10 minutes of every sprint that we have, I'm just trying to get up and make sure I move around. So don't forget to do that yourself. Hydrate, make sure you stretch, stand up, move around, keep that blood flowing, that kind of thing. So, all right, let's see where we left off in the comments. So Zaina was saying that her favorite book of all times was Wuthering Heights, though, some people don't like it. Yeah, it's one of those Bronte books where, like, some people love it and some people hate it. I feel like there's very little in between. Though I will say, I feel like the reason that some people don't like it is because I think they were expecting to like it based on what they've heard other people say. Um, I don't know if that makes any sense, but I remember my best friend in high school, she loved Wuthering Heights. And based on what she had told me about it, I was expecting it to be like a very romantic story and kind of like Jane Eyre atmospherically, but maybe with more romance. And when I read it, I did not find the relationship romantic, and therefore I hated the whole book. But I think if the book had been described to me slightly differently, I might have liked it. I do have it on my shelf, and I do plan on reading it at some point or rereading it. So it'll be interesting to see how I like it. Faye said her favorite of all time was A Tale of Two Cities. Faye, were you the one who recently left me a comment about A Tale of Two Cities? Somebody recently commented on one of my videos, and they also said that they really liked A Tale of Two Cities. I don't think it was you though, Faye. So if it wasn't, there's someone else out there who's with you on that. And then Made with Books Hello was saying that that was her favorite of all time too, was Wuthering Heights. See? Yeah, okay, we've got a good crowd of Wuthering Heights lovers here. And Christina said, these are not nice questions. I read so much last year and a lot of them were really good. Okay, your least favorite book and the same for all time. I just can't choose a favorite. Okay, but a little bit of a cliffhanger. The worst book she knows. What now you have to tell us what the worst book was that you read last year, Christina. So, and if anybody else would like to share, you're welcome to do that. Books you would not recommend we read. But be kind because some people might like those books, and I'm sure the authors also worked hard on them. Uh, and Purple Rain says, can't have just one favorite. So I love the middle grade series Nevermore by Jessica Townsend and the Darker Shade of Magic series by Victoria Schwab. All right, very nice. Yeah, I've heard very good things about Nevermore. In fact, I found part of the series on sale at the Dollar Tree one time. So I was like, wow, and it was a hardcover edition. I was like, oh, here it is for a buck. But it was like book 2 or 3, of course, not the first book in the series. And I just read A Darker Shade of Magic and it was good. It wasn't a favorite of mine, but I realized it's because I'm not a huge fan of like dark fantasy. So, but if you don't mind dark fantasy or even like it, I definitely see why people really like it. And Zaina said yes to Made with Books. Oh my gosh, it was such an experience. Nice. It is an experience. I will say that. I do recall it being quite an experience reading Wuthering Heights. Christina said, although my least favorite book, I probably had the most fun while reading it. Thank you, Brittany. Oh, was Brittany the source of your least favorite book? Zena said, I listened to a really good audiobook of Wuthering Heights, and I think that helped a ton because the first time I tried when I was younger and it was too complicated. I could see that. I could see that. And I definitely feel like, even though I read Wuthering Heights in high school, I feel like my reading comprehension is better and different now, which is why I also wonder if I'd maybe still not like some of the themes and the way that the characters are in Wuthering Heights, but could appreciate it for other reasons now. That's my guess. Jamie said, favorite book of all time. That's an evil question. I know it's tough, right? It's like asking which child is your favorite. Oh, that's so true. That is so true. It can very much be like that if you don't have an outlier. I do have to say, I find the question difficult as well. Um, Right now, I feel like I would say mine would be David Copperfield, but I don't know if that's just because it's so recent. It's hard to say. It is hard. It is hard. The bookshop boy, hello. I'm Noah. I just joined. I'm so glad to have found this channel. I am reading the last book for your January TBR. Well, hello. Welcome, Noah. Thank you for joining us. And what is the last book that you're reading on your January TBR? I think everybody's kind of like at that point where they're like, trying to finish all the books I planned. They said, finished organizing my notes and writing the outline for my paper. Yay, you're getting along. It's moving, it's moving. I think I need to eat something before I start writing. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Um, I was reading this article, I think last year, that was talking about how much energy just thinking uses. And as the example, they were talking about chess players and how in chess tournaments that they can burn like up to or over 2,000 calories just by sitting there and thinking about the game and their next move and that kind of thing. So definitely fuel yourself for that workout. Made with Books is asking, have you read Tenet of Wildfell Hall by her sister Anne? It's also really good. So she was saying that to Zaina because I have this Wuthering Heights love going on. And the Bronte sisters as a whole are three authors that I am trying to read to zero, at least as of right now. Charlotte Bronte, I know I want to read as much of her stuff as I can get a hold of, but I'm also very interested to see the difference between her sisters because I have found with Wuthering Heights that they're very different. They have very different writing styles. And I do know that a lot of people, when they read Tenet of Wildfell Hall, that ends up being their favorite out of the three. So Zeta says, I haven't read Anne Bronte's books yet, but I'm really looking forward to them. Same, same. I'm with you. I love those little faces. Good morning, Coda. Coda says, good morning, friends. I'm attempting to work today. All right, very good. My all-time favorite is On Earth We're Briefly Gorgeous by Ocean Vuong. I have heard that that is an excellent book. So it sounds like a good pick. And then your number two is My Grandmother Asked Me to Tell You She's Sorry by Frederick Bachman. And that sounds like another good pick. I know that a lot of people who are fans of his um, tend to come to that book later, and they start with his more popular like Beartown and A Man Called Uwe and stuff, but when they get to that book, I find that a lot of people end up saying that that's their favorite of his. So I feel like that kind of holds up there, Coda. Zaina says, it was good. I completed 20 minutes, which is what I allocate to writing exercises. Nice. But I feel like I want to write more since I found the interaction kind of precious. Oh, wow. That's really interesting. That makes I like have so many questions about your writing process now. But I'm glad that it sounds like it's going really well. And Purple Rain Hearts got 23 pages done. Very nice. Some good productivity going on. Faye says, I went outside and played with my dog and reset my brain for round two with my paper. That sounds excellent. Excellent approach. Love that. Nothing like a dog to get us refreshed and going. Leave in your shelf. I dozed off while reading Wuthering Heights. My fault, not the books. Yeah, that can happen, especially if it's like not a very action-packed or tense scene. It got you relaxed, I guess, in that moment. Susan said Redmore Mansfield Park, nearing the end. All-time favorite is Catherine by Anya Seton, a historical romantic fiction. I read it first at age 16 and have read it at least 6 times during your life. Wow, Susan, that is amazing. I owned that book and I won't tell you what I did with it just yet. Um, I found it tough to get into. So I think that's really fascinating. I loved the cover of the one that I had, and it's a book that I, like, am tempted to go back to. Tell me, what did you love about it? That's what I need to know, because I feel like it's a book that I might come to, like, check out the library. And the bookshop boy says, "My favorite book of all time is Lord of the Rings." I mean, it's a classic, right? Randomly read again and again some pages from it. It's my comfort zone. Nice, nice. I don't blame you there. That book, all three of them are awesome in different ways. The characterization is amazing. The storytelling is epic. Purple Rain Heart said, "All this talk makes me want to pick up my copy of Wuthering Heights." I know, I know. Is anybody starting to feel like we need to do like a little Wuthering Heights like read along? Like a Wuthering Winter read along? Though I don't remember what season Wuthering Heights takes place in, but for some reason to me, I feel like it's autumn and fall, but I don't know if that's just because I'm thinking of the heath, and I always imagine that being brown. Jamie said, "Had breakfast and submitted another application. You're on a roll. Very nice. Planning to read next sprint. Need to take a break from the job apps." Yep, I know that feeling. Yep. Take a little reading break, relax, and then you'll be ready to get back into it. Bookshop Boy also loves Wuthering Heights, one of your favorite masterpieces. Look at that. Jamie said, "Love A Tale of Two Cities." Nice. We've got two good books going on here. Zena says, "Yay, that's great, Noah. Yes, it is." Hello, Dee. Yeah, you just joined. I hope you are still sprinting. We are. We'll be going at least until 2 o'clock. And she's currently reading The Heaven and Earth Grocery Store. Only a few pages left. Ooh, that's a really exciting section of that book. I just read it October, September of last year with my family for our book club. And that was such an interesting book. Like the structure of how it was laid out, the narrative, and then the end, like those last few chapters are like, read, 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 gotta find out what's going on. So I hope you enjoy the ending of that. Faye said, yay to Jamie. Yep, yay, celebrating you and getting your stuff done. Susan also loved A Tale of Two Cities. Ooh, guys, that's like moving up on my list, which is interesting because I feel like a lot of people had to read Tale of Two Cities in high school and hated it. But I feel like people who have read The Tale of Two Cities outside of high school, it ends up being very high on their list. And yay, Faye's giving Susan a high five. Very nice. Believe in Yourself said, "I just started my reread of Wuthering Heights this morning." Nice. I'm reading it again because of my new video this morning, reading like Betty White. Oh, that is so fun. I've totally got to go and see that. That sounds really cool. And I'm guessing that that was one of the books on her list. I'm totally checking that out. I need to star that so I don't forget to go back and watch your video, which is now making me wonder if I'm subscribed to your channel because I don't feel like that came up in my feed this morning. So if that's not the case, I need to correct that. Christina said, "I checked for sprints and worked on my journal, just trying to gain my focus still so I can read." Yeah, yeah, some mornings it takes longer than others. And some mornings I have to start with an audiobook so I can just lay there with my coffee and passively let the book read me, I guess. Kiana said, "About to start work, boo." Yeah, thumbs down. Well, hopefully you'll be able to still hang out with us as you do that. Purple Rain Heart says, "Get that money, Kiana." Yeah, yeah, yeah. Make those dollars so you can enjoy yourself. Heather says, "My favorite book is Pride and Prejudice." I'm not a huge fan, and that's fine. It's me. But for me, it's Elizabeth Bennet. I wish Lizzie could make a cameo in every book I read. Yes, she is an amazing character. Heather, it's funny too. I could not figure out why Jane Austen was not my favorite. And then I was just recently reading about the Romantic period, which is the time period that I concentrated in when I was in college. That was my concentration, was Romantic period literature, and also sort of the Enlightenment period. And I was reading something about the time period of Jane Austen. And as it turns out, Jane Austen's writing was intentionally sort of the opposite of what had just come before her. So I think a lot of my dislike of Jane Austen, and it's not even a strong dislike, I think is just because I so love that time period and she's doing the exact opposite intentionally of what I love. So I think there was just like no way for me to read them, because I take a class on Jane Austen, or a class would include Jane Austen at the end of it, along with everything else I was reading. And it would be just so jarringly different that I was like, oh, but I was enjoying what we were doing. So, yeah. But Pride and Prejudice is a good book. And Keanu says, I'm trying to. Yep, that's what we do. And Shannon says, just finished my sprints. Yay! I hope they went really well. I hope to get on some of yours later this week because trust and believe, I get so much done on your sprints, Shannon. Like your sprints are perfect for me for working because I'm like, okay, go, 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 go. Sophia said 18 pages of Twilight. Nice. Hope this assignment goes by fast so I can get back to reading. I can't tell if I'm enjoying the teenage cringe or if I'm just cringing. That is like, that's excellent. I mean, not excellent in case it's just cringing, but that was very much like my feeling where I was like, this is kind of like, ugh. But I also kind of like couldn't stop reading at a certain point. So I love that description of that. And Sarvasha says, good afternoon. Well, good afternoon to you too. Nice to see you here. I don't think I've seen you before. Welcome. And she says, trying to finish There Are No Saints by Sophie Lark to complete my Buzzwordathon prompt. Fun. What was the Buzzwordathon prompt for January? I feel like I've heard people mention it, but I don't remember. And that's like a little challenge that is put on by YouTube channel Books and Lala, where each month she has like a word that you have to somehow connect to your books. So that's fun. I have not heard of No Saints. Let us know what it's about. Shannon said, yes, burning those calories every time I write my stories. Yeah, you surely are, because that takes a lot of creative energy and thinking. And the bookshop boy said, oh, yes, I'm reading the first book from the Witcher series. Ah, I've heard good things about that series. Started it yesterday. I'm a fantasy book lover. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing from some of the books that you've mentioned. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Christina said it was on Sprints. Brittany and I think Neva were hosting, and it was oh, no, no, not the Weird Turkey. Oh, no. Just a few things that I have heard about this book. We're just gonna move on, Christina. I am sure it was just as bad as you're saying. Christina said hi to Coda. Courtney said, "Oh, you back from your workout? Time for breakfast. Very nice. Oh, I thought you said you went to work. I'm glad that it was just for your workout. Hope it was good." Coda said, "It's so good, Nicole. If you like stories, if you're fascinated by people, and if you ever had a grandmother, I do, then okay, Cody, you're gonna have to unwrap those acronym that super long acronym. Oh, that's the name of the book, right? My grandmother told me to say I'm sorry or something like that. Is a must read. Okay, I will add it to my TBR, Coda. Oh, by the way, Coda, I finished Eye of the World. So thanks for that recommendation. And Coda said, hi, Christina. Made with Books said, I miss my puppy. Won't see her until Wednesday evening. Oh, but it'll be a good reunion when you have it. Hello, Rachel. I am having a wonderful day. Hope you are as well. What are you reading? Coda said, I've never read Wuthering Heights, so it's on my list for this year. Great. Maybe, Coda, we can do yet another buddy read, but we have to get through the first one. Isn't Wuthering Heights? Yeah, that's what I feel like too, Rachel. So I'm hearing an autumn Wuthering Heights theme going on here. Zaina said it takes place in all seasons because it's over many years. Yeah, I feel that too. But yeah, there's For some reason, the autumn in the book is what sticks out to me, but it may also be that I feel like a lot of the covers of Wuthering Heights has an autumnal look. Could be making that up. Kiana says, I think I have to choose The Vanishing Half as my favorite book. It honestly had me hooked and I didn't want it to end. That was a really good book. And a surprising book and really made me want to read Passing by Nella Larson. Have you read Passing, Kiana? Susan, Catherine, a big character change is Catherine finding peace with her life. Interesting. In medieval times, people had little control over their own lives. Yep. And Seaton did much research, historically accurate and romantic. Okay, you're making me rethink Catherine. I might have to. The thing that I didn't like about it was the writing. Because she was extremely historically accurate with the way they spoke, and yeah, Middle English is, well, I guess it was a little past Middle English, just not my favorite to read. Teresa said, hi, just joining. Hello, Teresa. I'm reading No Name and All Things Wise and Wonderful. Oh, I really want to restart that series. I read, I think, the first two books in that series a long time ago, and I really want to read it again. And I'm glad you're enjoying No Name. Coda said, I guess I need to read Two Cities this year too. Love it when people recommend stuff I own. I know. Isn't that the best? Then you're like, oh, I should really read that book that I have. Christina said, I have an audiobook. I'm just scared that it will take more brain power than I have right now. Yeah, that happens. Courtney said, I think being forced to read classics in school scarred me, but I enjoy the movies. Yes, I agree, Courtney. I think, especially for some reason at the high school level, classics are very like unpleasant the way they're taught sometimes. But I would say, like, come back to them, come back to the shorter ones to start with. Like, get some really good recommendations based on things that you like. Um, yeah, and try it again because they're not all written the same. And sometimes when you're just reading them for enjoyment instead of trying to learn everything about writing and storytelling ever, they're better. Believe in Yourself said, yes, Wuthering Heights was one of Betty White's favorite books. I'm reading 5 of her favorites in February, but starting a tiny bit early. I'm starting my February TBR early too, so no worries. I'm totally checking that video out. That sounds awesome. And Believe in Yourself says, hi to Teresa. How are you liking No Name? I kind of want to read it this year. I read it last year. Read it, read it, read it. It was so good and so interesting. Dee said, I read Wuthering Heights over 25 years ago. I was 13 and didn't like it, but maybe I should give it a try now. That was basically my same thing too, Dee. And that's what I'm thinking as well. Shannon, I have a different type of sprint happening just in February. I write fantasy romance, so I'm bringing on fantasy romance authors nearly every day to talk all things fantasy romance, play a game, and do a sprint. It's called Charmed Chats and Happily Ever After Sprints. That sounds so cool, Shannon. And that's not even like a genre I typically read, but I'm so fascinated. I really hope I'm able to catch some of those sprints. That is like so awesome. That sounds like just a good time. And Shannon says to Rachel, uh, Rachel Morley is the first author. Yay! Very cool. That's nice. And we're all hearing the same thing. Heather says, I focused on Georgia Lit. Oh, species. Okay. Yep. See, so that, yes, she is poking fun at everything. Yep. And when you take her work apart, it is much more interesting, has underlying commentary that is ahead of her time. I totally agree with all of that. Yep, 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 yep. And see, that was my beef with her. I was like, you're making fun of what I love. So, but she was really good at it. Coda says, I caught the end of Breaking Dawn at a friend's house over the weekend. I'd never seen it because I gave up on Twilight after the third movie. No desire to read. I will say that BD is entertaining. Yeah. Yeah. Well, at least you liked the movie, right? So cool. Oh, because it was so corny. Okay. You felt like you were watching a live action episode of Dragon Ball Z. Well, I mean, entertainment comes in all forms. As Ravasha said, this month's Wordathon prompt is, oh, yes, there. Yes. Because I remember everybody saying how hard they found that prompt, surprisingly. Could have said, yeah. What did you think of in Eye of the World? I thought it was really good. I have to say, I thought the series was way better than what I had heard. Everybody I had heard was like, "Oh, it's so slow," and then later on, there's a huge slog during the series. Da da da. I actually thought it was a pretty fast-paced book. Um, Not my favorite fantasy I've ever read, but I thought it was really good. I was pleasantly surprised. Heather, I just bought Catherine. Ah, there you go. I know. Now you have like 17 books you have to read. And Rachel was giving little hearts to Shannon. Courtney says Wuthering Heights is gloomy, foggy, and moody. So I think that, yeah, that's true. That's true. The vibes are, that is a very good point. I think the vibes of Wuthering Heights are very autumnal. And she also says Passing was good. Yeah, I haven't read it. You just recently read it, didn't you, Courtney? Coda says, let's do October, November for Wuthering Heights. And he's going to sing, Heathcliff, it's me. I'm Kathy. I've come home. I'm so cold. Let me in your window. If you've read it, you know what that is. Yes. Okay. That sounds good. We could do Victober's in October, right? So that would be like perfect time to read that. Rachel says, right now I'm working on a new book while I wait for things to get approved for order. Great. And Sarvasha says, There Are No Saints is a very dark romance. Okay, pretty good so far. Great. Glad you're liking it. And like Catherine Rowett. I don't know which that's referring to, but I'm assuming who you you know. Never met anyone else who read it. Oh, well, there you go. Now you know someone else who did. I love that about the book communities. There's always somebody else. Okay, I'm going to keep going real quick so that we'll have a shorter sprint this time. It'll be 30 minutes. So that gives me a couple minutes to get through the rest of the comments. Teresa said, How can you pick a favorite book of all time? I know, I know. Really, Old Man and the Sea, Courtney. So good. Yes, I want to read The Old Man and the Sea sometime soon. I haven't read it since high school, and that falls into the category Courtney was talking about where it ruined it for me. Cherie says, Hi, hello, good to see you. Listening to the reformatory at work. Ooh, that sounds like a really interesting combination. Hopefully, it's not a commentary on the workplace for you. Christina says, A fun series I read in 2023 was Molly Harper, and it made me want to read more of her. The Mystic Bayou series. Interesting. I haven't heard of that one. Rachel said, Captain and Commander is wonderful classic and not as long as you think. Who's that by, Rachel? Because that sounds really familiar. Coda says, subbed to Shannon, right? Coda, especially after like that sprint thing. Oh, yeah. Shannon says, Oh, thanks, Coda. Courtney says, I am definitely a contemporary girl and I want diversity these classics do not have. Courtney, I'm going to push back on that. I just read a short story classic and the main character was of African descent and she was not passing. Like they all knew she was, and she was in like, I'd say like middle to slightly upper class. So you'll be surprised. It's not common because some of the classics, depending on where you read them in the world, are happening in England. So if you read classics from England, yeah, most of the people are not going to be minorities. But if you read French classics, they tend to have minorities in them as like prominent characters who are not like being oppressed. Because there were a couple like that in the Count of Monte Cristo. And if you read outside of England as well, and outside of the UK in general, even in other European literature, you will find that some authors are people of color. So you kind of have to look around. But I would say Victorian classics, you're generally not going to get people of color. Teresa said, I'm really liking No Names so far. A little slow in the first 50 or so pages. Yep, I totally agree with that statement. It starts slow and you think it's going to be a slow book, and then yes. And actually, that is typical of sensation novels. They intentionally start slow with the happy family and everything's going well, and then they blow it all up. And Courtney says she read Animal Farm the other day, though. Not super old classic, but still a classic. That is true. And Coda says, Do you think you will continue the series? I'm not a series person, Coda. Maybe eventually one day. And seriously, Nicole, go look up Wuthering Heights by Pat Benatar or Julie Kate Bush. I keep hearing about this. I'm gonna have to go and look this up. Christina, I finished Eye of the World 2 and ordered the next from the library, hoping it comes soon. Shannon says, I can't pick a favorite book of all time. I go through cycles. I'm still loving The Serpent and the Wings of Night by Carissa Broadbent. I read it last year. Very nice. Okay, I'm going to stop there. I'm going to star the next comment so that we can oh, actually I'll read the next comment because it's the rest of what Shannon was saying, which is she read it last year before it got popular and got a paperback you can't get now. Ooh, that's always nice. That's always nice. Okay, I'm going to stop there so we can have a good 30-minute sprint, but I've started the comments, so we'll come back to that. So we'll do a slightly shorter sprint this time, and I will see you all in 30 minutes. Well, 29 minutes and some number of seconds, but we'll just go with that. And happy sprinting. Hello, hello. Welcome back. How was that sprint for you guys? We're coming up on 1 o'clock. It is still nice and sunny here, and the water looks very muddy, probably because we've had a lot of some rain this weekend. So, still going strong with Villette. I got another 16 or 20 pages or something like that. I keep moving my bookmark, so I keep forgetting exactly how far I read. Still enjoying it, still meeting interesting people along the way. I, yeah, I'm really liking this book. So let's see how you guys did and catch up on some of the comments. So Rachel was saying that Patrick O'Brien wrote Captain and Commander and several other naval tales. Okay, I think I know about his works. I'm gonna have to look them up. I have all these comments started. I keep forgetting to go back and look at them, so I'll have to do that in the next one. And Coda is cheering on Christina. Christina says, I am up for Wuthering Heights next fall. Yes, yes, yes. I think we should be doing that for sure. Alexander Dumas was blackface saying, yep, and talking about classics that are by people who are of different descent other than British, basically. Because if you're reading Victorian classics, that's a lot of what you're getting. But yes, a lot of people do not realize Alexander Dumas, who wrote The Count of Monte Cristo. He also wrote The Three Musketeers. And Courtney, I know you like shorter novels. He wrote Lady of the Camillas, which is a very moving, extremely sad, but shorter book. Actually, that was his son who wrote it, but still, very, very good book. Um, Rachel says Master and Commander, under caffeinated. No problem, no problem. I would have figured that out because I think that was what you said the first time. Rachel said, what's worse is the book is sitting on my shelf staring at me like 11 feet away. Yeah, yeah. I hear you, Rachel, saying, read me, read me. Shannon says she loved the series that Christina was talking about. It's what really solidified you as a fantasy writer for most of my life. That is so cool. And Christina was saying, The Wheel of Time, is that what you were talking about? And Shannon said, yep, that's the one. Or Eye of the World. Eye of the World, really. But the series in general was what Shannon was saying. Charles, Uncle Daddy, hello, welcome. Fave book is probably Dragons of Autumn Twilight by Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman. It started my lifelong journey into fantasy adventure. What series is that a part of? I'm just going to call you Charles for short. Because the author Margaret Weiss sounds familiar. And Christina says that's cool. Um, I'm guessing referring back to the conversation she was having with Shannon. Koda says he has 2 hours left in the last book. Okay, you can do that, Coda. And especially like you've got days, time. I don't know if you have time, but there's days. Shannon says, when I write, I sometimes want to describe magic use as channeling. Okay, and have to be very aware of creating my own language. Yeah, I could imagine that that would be tough, Shannon, especially if something has like really inspired your like writing to change it up and make it your own. Yeah. Teresa said, F boat. Am I going to be able to figure out what that is? Oh, favorite book of all time. I got it. Rebecca, that's a good one. Lilies of the Field, don't know that one. Walk in the Woods by Bill Bryson. That is a hilarious book. All Creatures Great and Small. Yes, I loved that book. It was one of the first books that I read that ever made me laugh out loud. And The Woman in White, which I'm hoping to reread this year. And oh, and there's more. Favorite book also Archbishop Fulton Sheen's Saint Teresa, A Treasured Love Story. I have heard good things about that, but have not read that. The Priest is Not His Own. Oh, don't know about that one. And Searching for and Maintaining Peace, a small treatise on peace of the heart. Yes, I have. I don't think it's that book, but I can't think of the author's name, but I believe I've read something else by him. And Teresa said, those don't even include favorite graphic novels or middle grade. Yeah, see, Christina's relating, where she was like, no, this is an evil question, favorite book of all time. Storm said, hey, you still here? Yes, we are, Storm. Welcome. How was your coffee? How was your time out? Hope you had a good time. Thanks for joining us. Christina said, cool. Words are hard. Typing is worse. Yes, I totally agree. Faye says, my prof psyched me out. I've been getting A pluses, but she gave me a speech about plagiarism that she always sniffs it out. Now I'm scared to write this essay in case I write sentences someone has before. Oh gosh, that's really tough, Faye. Yeah, well, because it's hard because after a certain point too, if you're writing in a certain style or especially fictionally genre, like things are inspired by other things, and there is an extent to which you can even accidentally use terms that are from other people just because they're common in our language or a common way of thinking about things. I mean, just think about how long it took for somebody to break out of the typical mold that Bram Stoker set with Dracula. Brittany says, ended up taking a lunch break to watch the last episode of Traitors. Now back to the to do list. Nice. Sounds like it was a nice lunch break. I think that's actually what I'm going to do on the next sprint is take a lunch break. And Christina says, hi to Storm. Storm says, hi to Christina. Made with Book says, started a German graphic novel. That's right. I forgot. And am really liking it so far. It's about the protagonist having lost her mother. That sounds really sad, but I'm glad you're enjoying it and that it's good. Shannon said, took a little break and then got back to revising your novel. 203 words added. Very good. Yeah, it's clearly not going to be a short story, Shannon. It's meant to be a novel. You have a lot to say in it. MH said, just got back home. Nice. Finished all your coursework for the day. Way to go. And now on to reading, hoping to finish such sharp teeth. Very good. Well, I hope you enjoy this reading time because that sounds pretty amazing to me. So, as I keep going through these comments, I am going to ask real quickly. I do have the ability to actually go longer today. So, would people be interested in going past 2 o'clock this afternoon? Let me know. Um, if you'd be interested in that. I know there's other people who sprint this afternoon as well, but I'm trying to get a lot of reading done. But yeah, so if you're interested in staying on or think that would be good to go past 2 and that works for you, let me know. Because I know there's also people who work, who watch my channel who work during the day. And so since I have the time, it would be kind of fun to hang out with them this evening. Christina says, I sent hubby off to the mines, not the actual like coal mines, like I thought that other sprint and fed him and the younger one and worked on my journal, hoping to read next sprint. Laugh out loud. I keep saying that. Yes, you do, Christina. But you know what? You're getting a lot of things done. So that's okay too. And that makes more room and time for sprinting. And you know what I realized it is? I think it's because you always talk about sending him off to the mines after like feeding him well, that like we're constantly putting your husband on some epic adventure down into the mines. Like I'm now thinking like, not Wheel of Time, Lord of the Rings. Like your husband's on a quest. Jamie, I'm about an hour into the audiobook of Black Cake. Nice. I read Black Cake. How are you liking it? I thought it was really interesting and I really was fascinated by the like plot structure, how she structured the book and told the story. Coda says, haha, Rachel, I've got 1,200 of those staring at me saying, read me. Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Like these are all in the background being like, Nicole, you have room for one more. Have you guys read that short story? It was in like a young adult or middle grade book collection of scary stories. And there was one short story called Room for One More. Ugh, that quote reminded me of that. And DOAT was a fantastic read. Uh, this one's escaping me. What's DOAT? Christina says Charles was talking about the Dragon Lance series. Okay, Charles is the hubby. Oh, nice. Rachel. Okay, I didn't realize that with the name. That's cool. I haven't read the series, so that's why. Rachel says, however, the book that drew me into fantasy was Dealing with Dragons. Oh, what's that about, Rachel? I think I've read that book, primarily because all the characters are very aware that they live in a fairy tale. Is is that the one that's kind of like almost like a parody of fantasy books? That sounds really familiar. The Bookshop Boy. To Charles, oh, was the same for me. I found a very old edition here in Italy and I was introduced to fantasy. Loved it at first read and then went on with all four other books. Awesome. Does that mean you live in Italy? Like, can I be like, ciao ragazzo? I love Italian. I think it's a beautiful language. Coda says, I'm going to finish A Wheel of Time after work or before bed as long as I'm okay to read later on. Work is going, well, let's not lie. I'm pretty much just sitting here staring at the computer. Well, some days that's work is just to sit there and be available. You're available to work. Christina said, "I will tell him that at Bookshop Boy. He will love that." Yes, it's always nice to find someone. Hello, Jaleesa. Nice to see you. You'll be working during the sprints. Well, very good. Glad you're here for that. Rachel said, "I will never forget one princess saying her parents hired a witch to place a curse on her, but the witch got tipsy and instead cast a spell so she'd have perfect teeth forever." Perfect. Love it. Love it. Teresa said, "Searching for and Maintaining Peace, a Small Treatise by Jacques Philippe." Yes, that is him. I'm trying to think which book of his it is that I have, but I really like his writing. It's like very soothing and beautiful and lovely. Rachel says, so now she lives with dragons, waiting for a knight to defeat her captor and marry her. But the dragon she's with is one of the most powerful. Yeah, that sounds so familiar. I'm sure I must have read that. Bookshop Boy says, "Oh, sorry, other 3 books." Oh, thanks, Christina. Yeah. Believe in Yourself says, "Yes." I'm assuming that's to staying longer. Yep, definitely up for longer sprints. Courtney's house cleaning, interested. Sure. Okay, I'm gonna take that as a yes. Yay for sprints. Coda says, "Go as long as you want. I like having you out in the background and I'm working till 5 Mountain Standard Time. I know that. Very good. It's 10 a.m. and I'm here for the vibes." Nice. I always love on sprints how like people are like all over the place and they bring everyone together. Shannon says, like the longer sprints, I have an hour before a webinar. Very good. Storm says, had a long time out. Now need to think of something for lunch so I can read. Have 2 books I need to finish before January is over. Well, I think you can do that. Storm, what are the 2 books that you have left? Coda, not actual coal mines. Yeah, well, Coda, I mean, I thought that one thing was a turkey that one time. So of course, if somebody says I'm sending somebody off to the mines, at least I realized it wasn't the mines in Lord of the Rings, and so coal mines were the next set of mines that came to me. We're not going to question. We're going to just keep going. Christina, he would love that analogy. I'm going to have him rewatch this sprint at least this chatting. Yes, you can. You can. Every time you are sending him on a quest. I hope he brings back riches because you're the lady, right? Kiana says, Christina, you're better than me. I keep threatening to send my husband out on the court. Kiana. She's like, he'd be happy to go to the mines compared to where I plan on sending him. Susan, Room for One More was a Twilight Zone episode. Was it really? I wonder if it was based on that short story. Did it involve an elevator and some nuns in a car? Let me know. If not, what I just said sounds crazy. Sophia, almost finished my assignment. Might multitask and finish the double checking portion now so I can read next sprint. And yes, totally up for longer sprints. Awesome. Okay. Christina says Dragons of Autumn. Okay. Yeah, duh. You just mentioned that. Coda says scary stories to tell in the dark. Yes, yes, yes. That was it. And those stories creeped me out. And I swear I still don't sleep well because of them. But I couldn't help myself. My best friend loved them. She kept reading them to me. And one night we read, um, I think it was called Room for One More. Oh my gosh. I secretly kind of want to go and buy those books and maybe not reread them, but just own them and like hold them while only looking at the back because the fronts of them creeped me out too. But if you, as a kid, did not read scary stories to tell in the dark, read with your kids unless you like staying up at night, but those were such good, short, scary stories to tell in the dark. I'm glad you knew what I was talking about, Coda. Kelly, hello. Kelly, welcome. Hi, are you reading The Book Club Hotel? Ooh, I want to go to that hotel. That sounds like an amazing place, at least like what I'm imagining. Rachel said Patricia C. Vreda wrote Dealing with Dragons and the sequels. It's a semi parody, but I'd call it more of a comedic fantasy adventure. Sure. Yeah, I think that's a better. I'm going to have to look up the cover because I'm pretty sure I am familiar with that series. Zaina said, "Oh, few, you're still on. Yes, yes, yes." And everybody has just said, yes, let's stay on longer. Let's do longer sprints, all the things. So, welcome back. The bookshop boy, yes, I live in Italy, precisely in Rome. You said it perfectly. Ciao ragazzo is perfect pronunciation. Thank you. My Italian teacher would be very happy to hear that. She worked very hard with us on our pronunciation. And I took 2 years of Italian in college because honestly, I wanted to understand the operas. Like, I secretly love operas, and I love the Italian operas, and I wanted to understand them in real time. That and Andre Bocelli. Like, he was just becoming big on the international scene at that time, and I was like, "I need to know what this man is saying as the beautiful sounds come out his mouth." And by the time I was done, I did, and it was worth worth it. I loved it. Coda, but sadly, I have no one to talk to Italian with anymore, so a lot of it is gone. But that was one of my favorites, along with In Bocca al Lupo. So, uh, Coda says, "Storm, same, Wheel of Time, and In the Woods need finished before we start Harry Potter." Oh, okay, yep, 2 books that you gotta finish. Oh, um, oh, In the Woods, that's the I was thinking of the musical Into the Woods. That's not what you mean. I know what book you mean. Teresa, I have friends that work in the mines here in Illinois. Yeah, see, because we do have mines. That's why, like, and I've always lived near-ish Pennsylvania. So when you say mines, that's where, where my mind goes, Christina. Christina said hi to Jaleesa. Storm says body on the doorstep. Ooh, that sounds creepy. Oh, but it's cozy. 69% and The Wandering Hour. Those are the 2 books she has. A middle grade, 36%. I'm a slow eyeball reader. These are e-arcs, so no audiobook. Ah, darn. Yeah, so you can't even speed it up. Okay, well, you still have a few days. I think you can get one or the other, if not both, done. You can do it. You can do it. You might have some late nights, but you know it's worth it to read. Christina's laughing at Kiana. Third husband to curb. Jaleesa says hi to Christina. Coda says, "You can get all 3 bound in one volume." Can you? Oh, see, that's better than having multiple creepy books on my shelf. I love that. I'm gonna have to look into that, Coda. I will probably never open them, probably won't touch them like they're, like, diseased, but, like, oh, the nostalgia of, like, being creeped out on my best friend's bedroom floor while we have a sleepover. Hello, Maze Book Space. Good morning. Welcome. I haven't seen you here before. My name is Nicole. Thanks for joining us. We'll be here for a while. Faye said, when I was a kid, the kids in my class passed those scary books, scary stories books around between us, freaking each other out. Yeah, like as a kid in middle school or whatever, man, like we'd make each other like try and cry with those books. I'd forgotten about them, just added them to my Amazon. Yes, that's what I'm doing. Don't you guys buy them all. Like I want that box set or that omnibus that Kodo was talking about. The bookshelf boy. Oh, that's super fantastic. Andrew Bocelli. I know. I know. It traps you. Yes, yes, it does. It everything in this comment right here is totally how I feel about his voice. And I can't even explain it. And then when you know what he's saying in Italian in real time as he's singing it so that you don't even have to look at the translation. I mean, he could be singing the phone book. Like he could just be like reading out his contacts list, I guess would be today's equivalent since we don't have phone books anymore. He could be singing the contact list on his phone and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's just great." Like phone numbers and all. Like I'd listen to it. Hello, James. Just got home from work. Yes, there are more sprints. I'm going to stay on extra today. So the next sprint will probably be slightly longer. I will probably have two like longer sprints, probably about an hour at some point over the next few hours, just because I need to eat lunch, which I can probably do during a normal sprint. But at some point, I got to wash my hair, and that's going to take a hot second, like not hours, but I'll need us one longer sprint to get that action in process. And Rita says Hubs wants lunch, and I think a nap is in order thereafter. All right, Rita, maybe we'll still be here when you get back, but that sounds great. Enjoy your lunch if you're still here to hear me say that, and enjoy that nap. I am a big sleep person, so A plus 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 plus. Totally about that nap. All right, guys. So I made it to the end of the comments finally, and actually just under with just about 40 minutes to go. So I'm going to make this next sprint that we'll just go with what's on the clock. And you can have that good reading sprint or productivity or whatever you're doing. I'm going to go and eat lunch real quickly. And then we will be back for some more. So there is your timer, and I will see you after at the break. Okay, welcome back. I swear my hair is getting crazier with each sprint. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so how did that sprint go for everybody? Mine went well. I had lunch. I had some rice and beans and Vienna sausage. My husband made that as part of dinner last night. Oh, and I had some tostones to go with it, which are like flat plantain. Um, but they're underripe plantain, so it's not sweet. It's sort of like a French fry equivalent, probably along the starchy lines of like yuca fries, but in a circular shape. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I had that with some guacamole, which is not typical to Puerto Rico. That's where my husband's from, but it was a yummy lunch. I also watched Tammy. I figured out your name, Tammy, from Believe in Yourself. I watched her video on her um, reading like Betty White video. So I'm really excited about that series. I think that's going to be fun. So if you haven't watched her video on that or subscribed to her channel, do so. Very fun video series idea. So let's go to you guys in the comments and see how you're doing. James, who had just joined right before the sprint, said, Awesome, gonna go take a shower during the sprint. I'm going to read The Red Pyramid by Rick Riordan. I want to get to page 400. Awesome. And I think if you're back, James, correct me, but I think you're trying to make it through the whole series, right? Because that's part of the Percy Jackson series, maybe? And Faye said, I've written the introduction of my paper and I'm feeling a bit more confident in my originality now. Yay! I think. Okay. Putting schoolwork away for the day, time to party. Yay! Which is watch YouTube videos and read. Yep. Same. So very good. Well, good, Faye. Good for you. It sounds like you got a lot of done, regardless of what your professor's feeling right now. And yeah, stick with that. Rachel said, Drat, break comes right as my hay is delivered. Oh, okay. Have a wonderful rest of your day, lovelies. Thank you, Rachel. You're probably already going and dealing with your hay, and I hope the rest of your day goes well. Brittany says, got to page 223 of the engagement party. Nice, Brittany, getting your reading in. Is that romance? Brittany, I feel like you mentioned it in one of your other ones, but I don't know why I'm thinking something called the engagement party would not be a romance, but for some reason, I'm just not sure. James said, had the shower, okay, and then got sucked into TikTok. It happens. That's like the whole premise of TikTok is get sucked in. And Kelly said, got to 14%. Very good, Kelly. Coda said, still haven't really worked, but I just got an assignment, so maybe that will kill some time. Okay, there you go. Nothing like a work distraction to distract you from like the maybe drudgery assignment that you otherwise have to do. I know that feeling. Hello, silly girl writer. Salutations. Been lurking here while eating lunch and reading Court of Wanderers by Ren Chupeco and Earc. Very nice. How are you doing? Silly girl writer also does sprints. Do you have a particular day that you do your sprints? I'm trying to think. Because I catch them here and there, but I don't know if I've noticed a pattern to them. So very nice to see you. Tell your mom I said hi. I love when you guys do your sprints together. Christina said, Yay, you finally read, Christina. Yay. I know that's been a while coming. So, yay, I'm glad you got to read and you're into chapter 5. Very good. Can you tell it's gotten brighter here? Because now my like sweater is like day glow. I might have to change my angle in a second or close these blinds. James said, but now that I'm home, I did the math and I need to reach page 454 to reach your daily goal. Oh, and you're on page 218. Okay, but it's middle grade. So I feel like that's doable. You got the rest of the day, right? Yeah. Zaina said, went really well. Almost finished my first session out of 2 sessions for writing my commissioned short story today. Nice. Sadly, didn't finish because of a technical hiccup with Google Docs. Oh, that's so frustrating. Okay, but you're almost there. So I feel like you're gonna get there for sure. Because it sounds like you're like right on the cusp, which was me yesterday finishing the Wheel of Time. I was in Alex Black Reads. She does sprints usually all day on Sunday and she does like 45-minute sprints. It took 4 of them for me to read the last 6 pages of that book. And, like, not because it was that slow or torturous, but, like, I'd read, like, half a page and then have to go do something for an hour. So it was, like, a really long, drawn out end of a book for no good reason. Teresa said she did her laundry, called her mom, and read some of her Bible. Very good, Teresa. Sounds like you're getting stuff done there, getting some good reading in and talking with the family. James said, I am. It's the Egyptian series based in the same universe as Percy Jackson. Okay. Okay. Book 6 out of 23? Are you reading all 23? More power to you. I am impressed. I am blown away. I don't know why. I can do really long books, but I can't do series. Courtney, we were talking about this on the boot camp readathon sprints last night with tangible reads about like some of us really liked series and we can do that, and some of us were like, yeah, no series. And Courtney and I were definitely in the no series category because there's times where I just feel like I like a good long book. So write a nice long book and tell me the story. But after a certain point, I feel like you had 800 pages to tell me this story. Wrap it up. Like, what do you mean there's another book to read? And don't make it another 800-page book because like what didn't you tell me in the first book? I think that's what actually bothers me is that I feel like if your first book is super long, that to make it 800 pages and still have a second or third or 10th book after that, you're intentionally withholding information. Like I have to admit, Eye of the World, you were intentionally withholding information. Like I would have gotten that information out of Moraine. There would have been no mysteries by the end of that journey if I was on that trip. I would have been like, girl, you need to tell me now, or like I'm heading back to the Two Rivers. That would have been my story. She would have, I'd have been like, you can give me all the eye you want to give me, but I'm not going on this trip until some of these words get explained. And don't just hand me a glossary sheet. That's not good enough. Shannon says, thanks for this, Prince. You're welcome, Shannon. Off to your webinar. Wrote 664 words that time. That's great, Shannon. Well, I hope you have a good webinar. I'm sure you are gone because I know you said it was like in an hour, so I'm guessing it started at 2. MH, such a good sprint. Read about 40 pages. Oh, that is a really good sprint. Less than 20 to go. Yay! Totally finishing such sharp teeth next sprint. Yep, you are. And it seems like you're really enjoying it. Storm said, well, your lunch sounds better than mine. You had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Hey, can't knock it. Those are actually really good when you're in the mood. I got 71% of body on the doorstep. So didn't get far, but now I have a few hours to hoping I get some more reading done. Yeah. And then Storm, you have sprints this evening, don't you? I'm like looking, I wrote down a little list. So coming up right now, Family and Books has started their sprints. So if you want to go and play sprint hopping, go check them out. I have heard that she does all sorts of interesting little things on her sprints. So, and I'll mention other sprints that are coming up. Brittany says the engagement party is a thriller. See, I knew that despite the fact that engagement party, you think romance. I think I saw the cover of it during one of the sprints, and I was like, oh, that looks creepy. It must not be a romance story. Kind of a murder mystery vibe. Oh, at the engagement party? Like, okay, stuff went down. Interesting. Christina said, oh, and I made the bed. Yep, Christina, you are on it today. I've noticed Mondays are like your super productive days. I am like the complete opposite of that, clearly. Dee said, I read till page 331. Think there's 2 chapters left in the Heaven and Earth grocery store. I swear to God, this book has tested my patience. Okay, I wasn't going to say anything, Dee, but it wasn't my favorite. Like, what are you finding is frustrating you in that book? I thought it was good, but I wasn't. I know it's gotten like rave reviews and people are predicting like Pulitzer and stuff for it. But you know what? I don't know. I have a lot of tension with James McBride's writing. Like I don't think he's as amazing as other people do. Like I don't think he's bad, but he's just not my favorite. Kiana says no reading, took work calls. Well, you know, work's got to happen, making that money. James said, hi, Christina and Brittany. Sophia said, read a bit of Twilight, and I can tell I'm no longer a teen because Edward gives you the creeps more than anything. Yeah, you've turned a corner. And Team Jacob, but by himself right now. Yeah. I love how this reading's going for you, Sophia. Like at first you're like, huh, odd, but is this cringy? Am I enjoying it? And now you're like, no, Edward, you're kind of creepy and no, 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 no. Christina, have a beautiful rest of your day. Rachel and Shannon, yes. Hope you ladies have a wonderful afternoon. The bookshop boy said, had my dinner and read another 20 pages. Yay! What was for dinner? I'd love to know. Christina said, hi, James. Kiana said, oh my gosh, just opened a thrifted puzzle and it's bagged in an original bag, no pieces missing. Yay! That's always nice. Because I know I have a hard time keeping my, like, the few puzzles I own pieces together when I own them, let alone if somebody's owned them before me. So Christina said that's really cool, Kiana. I love when that happens. Yep, so true. Because you never know. James said, I absolutely love long series. I have mini series read throughs planned for this year. This is the first one. The first one, the first series read through is a 23 book series, and you have many more to go. Good for you. That's amazing. Series are just about all you read, Storm. Yep. No, yeah, some people love them. Some people are like, no, I'm ready for different people. I can do series where each book is a different set of people, kind of, sort of, maybe not really. Mhm. Susan only has 39 pages left in Mansfield Park. Oh, and it's going to become one of your favorites. Can't wait to see how poor Fanny's heart is situated in the end. I know, because I feel like that's Jane Austen. Like, how is this person going to fare? And I do feel like I've heard a lot about how, like, Mansfield Park doesn't feel, is like different in feel from Pride and Prejudice and Emma, but I have no idea if that includes the ending or not. I don't know. James says, love the notebook of sprints. Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, this is my reading journal, but I wrote all the sprints and put it on a sticky note there. But yeah, you could do a notebook of sprints, right? Storm says yes at 7. Okay, yes, yes, I do have you on there. Yes. So Storm is sprinting later tonight at 7. MH says, I am really enjoying such sharp teeth. It's a werewolf horror romance. Oh, it's almost like Twilight, but scarier, but I'm guessing also better. Very interesting combo. Loving it so far. Cool. Christina said, I like long series too. I can stay in the same world for longer, and I like big books too. Well, see, there you go. Wheel of Time, like, was made for you. Uh, Sometimes short standalone books are nice for a popcorn feel, but I usually just want more. Yeah, I feel that way about shorter books, which is why I like longer books. But then, like, I really think it's just I don't like you withholding information. So if you can't give me all the knowledge and keep your series going, no, no. Like, tell me, bring it forth, and then come up with something new for the next book, as unimaginably hard as that must be after 800 pages. James says, Christina, same. I read a fantasy standalone last week and I need to know more about the world. Yeah, you do get so much more about the world in long books in general. Brittany says hi to James. James says, Noah, I'm guessing you are liking sprints. Oh, James, did you tell Noah about the sprints? James says, yes, definitely. It helps me stay and concentrate and have company too in the breaks. Yes, it is nice. It's nice to read and then take a break, and then you can feel more focused because you're like, okay, gotta read now. Dee says, the writer is a good storyteller, but it feels like your grandfather telling you the long version of what could have been an interesting story and then fell to sleep before finishing up and then started over. That is oh my gosh. If you guys have read the Heaven and Earth grocery store, D, I agree with you. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Because I did feel like that. I was like, the structure of the story is really strange, and it is like one of those like, wait, didn't we already talk about this? And what are you talking about now? And like, Yeah. Yeah. 100 100% B. I feel you there. Oh my gosh. Noah says, yes, it was a fast dinner, just a couple of bruschetta and fresh tomatoes and basil and olive oil on it. Sounds delicious. Christina says, hydrating. Yes, don't forget to stand up, stretch, move yourself around either now or during the sprints, and don't forget to hydrate. Courtney says 800 pages and the author can't come through it. Yeah, yeah. See, I told you, Courtney's on that same page with me. Dee says, ugh, it's endless. Oh, made with books. Didn't really read this time, just watching videos. Sometimes you need that mental break. And that's cool too. There's a little bird outside that caught my eye. I thought it was a squirrel, but it wasn't. Courtney says, a common thing I hear about Hobbs books are they are too long. Yeah, people seem to really like her writing style, and I think that's what carries the day. But I have heard that people feel like the books are too long, and maybe they are. But I do appreciate that at least she breaks them up into chunks of trilogies, so you feel like I only have to read 3 books, and then I can opt out, but say I've finished a trilogy. And James says, Noah joined Leandra's sprints yesterday for the first time. Oh, fun. Yes, I remember when I found my first sprint and I was like, where has this been all my life? So, yeah. Oh, well, welcome to the sprinting world, Noah. Zana says, I love bruschetta. Yes, yes. So good. I like it with a little balsamic vinegar on top too, but like real good classic balsamic vinegar. Teresa says, Susan, I loved Mansfield Park, 4.5 for me. Almost made the 5-star. Oh, I'm gonna have to add Mansfield Park. I have a little like running list here that has no room left on it. So I gotta get out of. Oh, and I made a note to myself that the other thing that I did while I was on my little lunch break was I was like watching videos. I only watched one video, really. I told you which one on my break. But then after that, popped up some music, and so I love YouTube for this. That it reminds me of things that I like, and so I re-listened to Gregory Porter. I don't know if you guys have ever heard this man sing, but I was listening to his video if "Love is Overrated" by Gregory Porter. I just I love his voice. I love that song. The 2 of them together. It is a just a chill, smooth vibe. Reminds me of, I think Marvin Gaye is who I wanna say. Like, some of his, like yeah. It's him and there's someone else. But if you've never listened to him, just go listen to him on the next sprint or something. Just such a great song. Oh, hello, Sandra. Ooh, I'm so late. Hey, but we're still here and we're going to be here for a while. Seeing how hard you're laughing for Heaven and Earth Restored. You gotta get another book. The book is not funny. I'm just telling you right now. It's not a funny book, uh, the- but that description of the book was spot on in my mind. Christina, like the epilogue of Harry Potter was not enough for me. What did all the kids end up doing? Yeah, that's true. That part like needed something else. Um, all we know is Neville works for Hogwarts. What did the rest end up doing? It needed more. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree there. Sandra, hope everyone enjoyed their sprint this beautiful morning. I did. Seems like other people are. We'll still be here for a while if you want to join us. James said, Christina, unpopular opinion, but there shouldn't have been an epilogue. It should have ended the chapter before it. Yeah, I think that's kind of the conflict that I have about it was that the epilogue wasn't enough. So if that's all you were going to do, I agree with you, James. She just should have ended it on the previous chapter because I felt like the epilogue told you something, but not really what you would have wanted to know. And then at that point, it's like, oh, I would have rather imagined it. So I don't know if I'd say that's an unpopular opinion, James. Kiana says, okay, not going to read Heaven. I mean, you mileage may vary. I read it with my family members. All 3 of them really loved the book. And like I said, it's made New York Times, best one of the best books of the year, I think. People are speculating it might win a Pulitzer. there are plenty of people who love it. Christina said, that would have worked too, but just giving a little was not good either. Yep. Back to the Harry Potter conversation. Yep. Uh, nope. And let's not even talk about the garbage that is the cursed child. I agree. I haven't even read it, but I've heard. Dee was saying to Sandra, the book is very popular and has great reviews, so I'm guessing a good chunk of people liked it. So maybe give it a try or not. Yep, I would agree. I think if you like literary fiction and you don't mind books who have a plot structure that's not linear, so it doesn't go from here's what and chronological, because it's neither linear nor chronological nor it's not a lot of things. Like there's definitely play is being had with the structure of the story and it has an interesting narrative voice. So you need to like experimentation and how your book is structured. And if you like that and can get over that, then like there's interesting things being talked about in the book. The bookshop boy, yep, I used to stay here writing and reading alone, but often my mind couldn't focus for enough time since I catch up yesterday's Leandra sprints. I was hooked. Yes, nice. I'm glad. I'm glad that's worked for you. Christina, I have not read The Cursed Child. Don't. James said the same thing. Yep. Second that. There you go. Didn't plan on it. Great. Glad we're all in agreement. And Sandra said, Dee, I've heard so much about it. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, yeah. I mean, do. I think you should, Sandra, so that you can like see and it'll be interesting to see what side you would land on. And when in doubt, get it from your library. That's what I do when I'm in serious doubt. Christina says sprints will hook you in and then you will not know how to do things without them. I second that. I'm now like I don't know how to work by myself anymore. Like how do you do that without like, sprints and then breaks and then chatting with people or being on other people's sprints or having your own. Yeah, I can't do that anymore. I don't remember how that was ever a thing. Yeah. And Zaina agrees. Yep. Yep. So does James. Yeah. Hmm. Well, at least the four of us will always be able to sprint together because we'll be getting nothing done otherwise. Hello, Nikki. Oh, I skipped a D. I'll go back to Nikki real quick. Nikki said, hi, everyone. I'm relaxing after a long day of work. Have about 2 more hours before bed, so I think I'll read a little bit and maybe watch some booktube. Well, welcome. I know you have a channel as well, and I've lurked in the background of your sprints because I'm pretty sure you do sprints. I think I've seen them. So welcome and hope you enjoy a relaxing evening. And Dee said, actually felt the same way about The Vanishing Half. Yeah, I was really interested in the storyline of The Vanishing Half. But I felt like The Vanishing Half was too long for me and had some sections in it that I just didn't care about. Which is why when it came up before, I said it made me interested in reading Passing because I'm hoping that Passing is a better book. Because I liked the topic that The Vanishing Half broached, but yeah. Christina said, I sat here one day trying to figure out what I was supposed to do. Then sprints came on, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's what I was missing. Nice, nice. Love it. And James said hi to Nikki. All right, I'm going to go ahead and put us in our next sprint. Like I said, I need to do my hair. So I'm going to come back with a different do. But in order to do that, I'm going to need about an hour. So this will probably be our longest sprint. We will go for an hour, but then we will come back and chitter chat and probably go back to like the 45-minute sprints or 40-minute sprints or, my short of 30-minute sprints, if that sounds good. And James said, Christina, literally all I do when there's no sprints is wait for sprints. Yeah, me too. Me too. Yeah. That's why when I saw like, oh, Shannon's sprinting like, Monday mornings, and I think Shannon and I might have even started sprinting at the same time. But there was like a huge gap on Monday mornings, and I'm like, no, no, I can't have a day where somebody like isn't sprinting this whole time. Gaps are not allowed. We'll get nothing done. And MH was saying I was using Pomodoro timers by myself, then discovered sprints, and it was like this whole new world. Yes, it was. Nikki says hi to James. And Dee said I heard pressing is much better. So yeah, that is what I have heard as well. Yeah, you're welcome for the Monday sprints. Trust me, I'm doing it for all of us, myself included. I was like, somebody needs to fill that gap. All right, let's go ahead and go into our next sprint, speaking of them. So let me just, I will share my screen with you guys so you can see the timer. And I'm just going to go behind the scenes real quickly here on the timer. And I'm just going to make this 60 minutes. That should give me plenty of time. I might still be fussing with my hair when I get back, but probably not. So this will be a longer sprint, and I will see you guys when we get back. Happy sprinting, reading productivity, whatever you're doing. Hello, hello, and welcome back. I again got sucked into Villette. So I was just starting a chapter, so new things are happening. I did my hair, so I feel new and fresh. The sun is out and it is shining on this side of my house now, so my lighting is like crazy bright, but it's a nice warm yellow outside. So, how did you guys do that sprint? What did you get up to? Like I said, what did I do? I did my hair, I ate some yogurt, and that was pretty much the whole sprint except for like the 2 pages I just read. So, I'm definitely ready to go back to reading, now that I am done with that. So, we were talking about when I left off, how it like we can't do anything now if we're not in a reading sprint of some sort. But it has like done majorly huge things for my reading. I like have read so much more in the last couple of months since doing reading sprints. And Christina said, yeah, Mondays are hard enough. And so we were talking about how it's nice to have sprints on Mondays. Oh, that was the other thing I did. I did go over and jump into Family and Books. She's doing reading sprints right now. And when I was in there, she was actually playing a video game. So I was like, great, I'll watch her play her video game while I twist my hair. So she's like, wait, are you sprinting now, Nicole? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sprinting. But since I can't read during my sprint, I'm watching you sprint in your sprint. It's a sprinting world. James said it gives me something after work on Mondays. Yep. And it's 7:30 where you are. That's nice. Yep. And Zaina's saying same here, James. And Coda said, I had to pause the chatty bit for a meeting, but I just wanted to say me too concerning sprinting all the time. Like that's the perfect example, Coda. Like I was working in the middle of the thing, but I took a break for a second so I could go and like put in the chat how like I need to sprint. Yeah, we're getting really meta here, guys. And Christina said, yep, heart. Yeah, totally get that. I know. I tend to do some of my work from home and then some of my work at work by myself. And then the rest of it is all with other people. But it's nice to have like the sprints as company. Hello, Book Hermit. I have seen you around on other sprints. Welcome. Yes, sprint hopping. Very nice. First time here. Glad to have you. Reading the erstwhile Tyler Kyle. That is hard to say out loud. Have you tried saying that out loud? And doodling on Procreate. Very nice. What is the erstwhile Tyler Kyle about? That shouldn't be hard to say, but it's just the way you have to flip those words around. Uh, and hello, I think it's Jessica, right? This Kiwi. Hello, hello. Reading Ocean of Milk today and tomorrow because I left my Kiwi book of the month until the very last minute. Yep, I feel you there. First time catching your sprints. Yeah, I think so too. So yeah, welcome. Glad to have you here. Yeah, I think I usually see you on Alex's sprints, right? On Drink Fiction. And then City Girl Writer says she forgot to answer the question earlier. She does not have a set schedule for reading sprints, might create a schedule in the future, but it's up in the air for now. Well, yeah, and some people don't. Some people will just put, hey, I'm, when they know they're sprinting, they do that. And I love a good pop up sprint. So I think they're all great. And Kelly said she got to 21%. You're making good progress today, Kelly. So that's nice. And Made with Books. I'm sorry, I forgot your first name. So finished your graphic novel and cleaned a bit. Now video chatting with your boyfriend. Nice. Very good times. And it sounded like your a graphic novel. How was it? Was it good? Did you enjoy it? I know you said it was in German. Susan said pretty hair. Thanks. Yeah, it came out pretty well. I did realize though when I came down, I did a check real quickly and I had missed a whole piece. So had to fix that. James 74 pages and made a snack. All right, you're doing good. What are you snacking on? And hello, Inya. Is it Inya? Inya? And did some video editing for work this sprint. Wonderful. Welcome. Good to see you. Nice to have you here. And Tammy said, I jumped from Wuthering Heights to Romola. Oh, George Eliot. How are you liking Romola? I have heard people who don't like George Eliot end up liking Romola. I like read the first page and I was like, I don't think I care about this story. How do I know? I don't. but it wasn't significantly different enough for me. I'm not a George Eliot fan, but I know people love her. So that is good. How are you enjoying Ramala? Tell me about it. Faye said, caught up on booktube videos. Nice. I usually catch up over the weekends pretty well. And then I immediately fall behind the very next day when people post more. Storm says she got distracted. Yeah, I feel you. It happens. James said, Sprintception. Yes. That is exactly what's going on. The sprint within the sprint within the sprint. Yes. Oh gosh. Christina did some sprint hopping, finished the laundry, got to chapter 9. Nice. I saw you over there, Christina. She was in Sprintception with me. And Zaina says finished the 2 sessions. Nice. Very good. And did you say you had 4 that you were trying to do? Was it 3 or 4? MH finished up Sharp Teeth, 4 stars. Nice. That's really nice. Now I'm starting to make some soup. That sounds cozy. What kind of soup are you making, MH? 4 stars. I like a good 4-star read. Like most of my reads, I feel like, well, that's not true. Most of my reads don't come out 4 stars, but I'm happy if most of my reads come out 4 stars. I feel like my month started kind of shaky, and I was like, oh gosh, is this going to be a month of like meh reads? And then it got better as it went on. So you already got to 61% in Court of Wanderers and watched a couple of YouTube videos. Nice. And James is saying hello to Book Hermit. Dee is saying crawling through those last pages. He's still introducing. Yes, yes, yes. That drove my grandmother crazy. She was like, why are we at the end of the book and there's still new people? Like named new characters that are like getting at least some characterization. She was not feeling that. And the book hermit says it is definitely a mouthful to say. Yes, it is. It's a horror you got from NetGalley. Oh, okay. That's why it doesn't sound familiar to me because I feel like with a name like that, if it really caught on, that we'd be hearing it a lot and it wouldn't fade from my memory because it's an interesting title name, like just the way it sounds when you say it. Christina, I found you in subbed. Yes, do go sub to City Girl Writer. She has a really great channel, reads a lot of the like really popular fantasy books and stuff. And I think that your sprint was the first sprint that I ever did. So super, super fun. And Book Hermit says, James, hey. I know it's always like, oh, all the friends are here. Rita, you made it back. Yay. Hello. Hope you had a good lunch. Hope you had a fabulous nap. And you got some true crime. And I'm going to say Monday is a bust for me work wise. Well, sometimes it just doesn't work out the way we hope or are thinking it's going to. James said that the snack was Nutella toast. My son would approve. I like Nutella, but like I have to pair it with certain things and do very small amounts. Otherwise, it's just too much action happening for me. Nikki said, didn't read during that sprint, watched some videos and did some doodling for my creative book journal. Nice. Sounds good. Sounds relaxing. It's that kind of day. City Girl said, thanks, Christina. And yes, Jessica. Yeah, I'm always at Alex Sprints. Yep, Frank Function. Plus, yeah, Alex Black reads. Yes. And usually catch Leandra, Courtney, and Al, and a few others. Yes, yes, yes. I've seen you around. Well, I'm glad that I was on long enough today that you could join me here. And Christina says that happens, Storm. Yeah, it totally does. Oh, and look who we have here. She's currently sprinting too. Yes, she is. And that's the name of her channel. So if you want to swing by, just wanted to drop by and show some love and boot the like button. Thank you. And she's probably gone back to her sprints because I know she was playing a video game and I don't know what it was, but it was a very pretty vibe because her background, like the frame for it, was like a nice purpley blue, and then the game itself was blues. And I really like the color blue. I I always feel like color and what your favorite colors are has something to do with your eye itself and that your eye sees certain colors in more pleasing manners. That's my theory. I have no science whatsoever to back that up. But I think like the cones and whatever, like sciencey stuff, in our eyes help us decide, like, what colors we like because I think we actually see them differently, like, not significantly. Like, I unless you're colorblind, in which case you really are seeing differently, but I think most of us are seeing what's blue as blue, but I think it's a more pleasing blue in some of our eyes. Does that make sense? Anybody else wonder that? Zena says, "I was only doing 2XD." Okay, okay. I couldn't remember what he had said. Romola is a hard read. DNF'd it last week, but picked it back up again. The writing is absolutely gorgeous. Decided the slog would be worth it. At least you hope. You know, Tammy, that is how I feel about George Eliot in general. I feel like she has a very difficult writing style, and at least in my experience, one that I don't feel like I'm getting a lot back for the effort I'm putting in. And I often at times sit there and go, and I don't know that your writing needed to be made this convoluted, because that's what it really feels like to me is convoluted instead of hard. And she reminds me of Nathaniel Hawthorne. They remind me of each other, where it's like you could have cut like 12 clauses out of that sentence and we would have all enjoyed it better. But I hope it's worth it for you because she does have a good story in there amongst her extremely long, complicated sentences. She just takes a while to tell it. MH says making a veggie bean soup. Ooh, definitely feeling the cozy vibes. Yeah, that sounds warm and cozy with some like bread or crackers, hot bread with butter. Yep, yep, yep. James says, I have to say hi to the people I see in these streams. Yes, please do. Please do. I am all for that. Say hi to all the people. I have no problem going through the hi, 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 hi. Because I'm the same way. I'm like, oh, hi, 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 hi. Rita, the nap time was delicious though. Oh, I love that you described it as delicious. Like it's tasty little nap. I'm glad. I'm glad. Teresa, who do you say you were watching during the live sprints? Family and Books. Um, I will see if I can put the link to her channel um, in the comments after I go through these comments. Yeah, she sprints, I think, a couple of times a week. Dee said, I'm going to save the ranting till the end of the book. Okay. Well, you only have a few pages left, but it seems like it's a torturous few, but feel free. Feel free. And Teresa said, just saw things. Okay. And the bookshop boy went on with 24 pages. Loving your read. The Witcher is full of different episodes and stories. Interesting. And that sometimes helps, at least for me, if it's a series, because I don't feel like I'm just spending the rest of my life with one person. Nikki, you know those icons and other science stuff. Yeah, no, I don't. So that's just my theory, though, as to how it's working. So I think my eyes really like to read the color blue, bluish, bluish to purple. That tracks my favorite color is gray, which I think is pretty, but most people are like, really? Gray? Yeah, see? Doesn't it seem like there must be like, you know, is that explained somewhere in some like medical journal that like nobody's reading that article where somebody studied that? Rita, my dad used to always say that about is the blue you're seeing the same as the blue I'm seeing? It's blue, but what's the blue? He always had this thing to make us think. Yeah, I know, right. Like clearly we don't all see the same color because some people are colorblind and we know that has to do with like their cones and something else. So I'm thinking like the rest of us are seeing close enough that we could all say blue is blue, but we don't really know that it's the same exact blue. We just know it's the same relative to our color spectrum. So it's not like I'm seeing blue and you're seeing green. It's not that different, but like I might be seeing a richer blue or the blue might just be more pleasing. Teresa, it was Paula at Family and Books that is sprinting and gaming. Yep. I know sometimes it can be like YouTube can make it hard to find people even when you type it. And James said, gray is very pretty. My favorite color is green. And Rita said hi to James, and James said hi to Rita. Yeah, there can be really pretty shades of gray, but notice like my this looks very gray on the screen, and it's actually a darker gray, but it has quite a bit of blue. Not quite a bit, but it has some blue in it. Susan, I've only read Middlemarch by Eliot, but I believe her to secretly be a psychologist. She delved so much into her characters' feelings and motivations. Yeah, and she really does. She's got some great characterization. I realized what I don't like about her is that she will tell me things about her characters that I wish she was just showing me as part of the story. And Nathaniel Hawthorne, I feel the same way. Like, I wish they would stop telling me stuff and just show me through their actions and living their life. And that's just a personal preference that I have in my stories in general. D, in my country, everyone loves purple, blue, and black. Interesting. I wonder why that is. Do you know why that is? And what country is that, if you don't mind sharing? Because that's very interesting that like you have a whole country of people who have, and I'm sure there's probably like more than just visual reasons behind that, but maybe there's not. Maybe it started for some visual related reason. And Faye says, my bedroom is painted elephant skin gray. Okay, I can picture what that color is. Very calming, perfect for a bedroom. Yeah, I could see that being a really calming color. Yeah, because some grays can feel very cold, but elephant is like very relaxed. And yay, Noah, glad to see you've joined the sprinting family. Yes, very much so. James was saying the same thing. So happy to have you. Christina, oh, just looked up that color. I love it and had a wallpaper that was a similar color when you were a kid. Oh, that's great. Christina, some colors are harder, like peach is a pink or an orange. Think about that, or salmon. Right. Yes, exactly. And then we don't always call the same thing those colors. Like, yeah, I feel like shades of pink are really hard and people don't agree on like what they are. Because you'll have some people who will say that salmon is like very pinks. And then some people will move it more into a pinky orange. And yeah, and then peaches actually come in different colors. So I don't think that helps. Coda says he's at lunch now. What are you having for lunch, Coda? You always eat yummy things. And your favorite color is pink, and you also love yellow. When a child asks, I tell them my favorite color is sunset. Oh, and they get it. Yes, I get it too. Oh, I love that description. I love that you tell that to kids too. That's so cute. Jamie, your sweater looks like teal on my TV. Oh, interesting. Okay, so that's probably just the color setting. Like here to me, it looks much more like a heather gray, but in person, it's actually a darker shade of the same gray. But that's interesting that it's teal on your television. And no, it says, Book Hermit, oh, me is glad. Thank you so much. I'm having such a great time, and definitely my TBR became longer. Yeah, yeah, it will. I think my TBR becomes longer on sprints than watching booktube videos. Like it grows exponentially. James says that is a very pretty image. Christina, yeah. And sunset is pretty. Yep. Oh, and James went Coda. Yeah. Like can we have that Crayola crayon? Can they make sunset? They would probably just make it one color though, and I feel like it should really be one of those multicolored crayons that as you color it, like two or three different colors come out. That would be amazing. Nikki, me and my partner never agree on what color things are. We had endless discussions whether our kitchen cabinets are very light gray or white. Oh, well, maybe it's a white with like the gray undertones in it. That's a thing. Whenever we disagree about a color, we call cabinets. I like that. I like that you at least can agree on that. Like, oh, what color is that? Cabinets. Mhm. It's cabinets colors. Yeah, I love like certain relationships where you start like forming your own language of stuff. Like my husband and I once had this conversation while we were at lunch with friends, real quickly about something that had just happened, and our friends were like, "I can tell you've been married for a long time because I have no idea what you guys just said." Like they were all English words, but none of it made sense. And yeah, so That's that's the fun part about knowing people for a long time. And he says, "Laugh out loud, Christina. I think peach is closer to orange." Yeah, see, I would say if I chose a peach color, mine would have more pink in it. And Christina says, "People get teal, aqua, and turquoise confused too." That is very true. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. I think turquoise, a lot of people are surprised when you finally see this stone because that is not the color that most people think of when they think of turquoise. I think a lot of people think of teal um, when they think turquoise. Jamie says, "I don't like pink, but I love peach melon." Oh, yeah. Rita says, like chartreuse. What the heck is that color? Yeah, chartreuse is not the color that I think it should be based on the name. Like chartreuse is a green, and I want it to be like a peachy sunset color, right? It's a green. I always have to think about it for a while. Tuna's having tuna fish sandwich. Haha. You need to go to the grocery store. That's my sandwich of choice when I have to go to the grocery store too. I'm like, oh, there's still tuna because it's canned and shelf stabled. Mm, and Tammy says my shirt looks periwinkle blue to me. Yeah, it does have blue in it. So that's interesting that it's like the periwinkle blue, which like leans towards like a lavender side. Yeah. And it sounds like it's a lighter color to you. I mean, on the screen, that all has to do with just the color settings on our computers and televisions, but it's interesting that the same thing happens in real life too. Christina says sprints are good for TBRs. Wait, maybe they're bad. I always forget which. So true. Faye says, yeah, with blue green colors, some people's eyes pick up the blue more and others pick up more green. Yep, exactly. And I think the reason that I really like blues is I think my eyes actually pick up more blues. And so, like anything that can potentially have blue in it and lead in that direction, I think it just enhances it. But who knows? I could be totally wrong. Your eye science must be true, right? Yeah, we're going with it. This is the science of the eye. So, if somebody asks, what did you do today? You can be like, well, I learned Nicole's eye science method. Christina D, me too, but my husband says it's pink. Yeah, yeah. These are colors that, like, yeah, yeah. I mean, peach truly is usually when you pick up like a crayon or like paint and you go with like the paint numbers, peach usually is more on the orange side. I would agree. But in my mind, if I picked out a peach without looking at the name, I'm picking out something that's pinker. And Dee says, from Sudan. Okay, so and not sure why everyone loves them. It's just a cultural thing. Like red is exclusive for festivities mostly. Yep, yep. So there's probably like some cultural history in there somewhere. So yeah, yeah. That's really interesting. Yeah, I really like how like different cultures like have different colors that are very popular and then also that are connected to certain things, but then they do not overlap cultures and sometimes that can lead to very awkward situations where you're like wearing the completely wrong color to a funeral or a wedding or whatever it is. And Cherise says, Christina, sprints are definitely bad for the TBR. And Coda says, also peach with orange, add enough white to orange, and you'll probably get peach. Yeah, yeah, that's true. I would agree with that. And then, if you paint and you deal with actual paint colors, then you really get messed up because then you discover weird things like when you add black to yellow, you get green. And who saw that coming? And James says, Hi, Cherie. And Coda says, I put salmon and coral with pink. I don't know why. Yeah, yeah, I do too. But then that is like, especially the salmon doesn't always hold up in like real life. It's not always that pink. And Dee says, Christina, I noticed men and women see colors differently. I saw a documentary that is actually has a scientific reason to why we see them differently. Oh, yeah. And I mean, that makes sense since it's typically men that are colorblind too. So there's probably already something leaning in that direction. And then Coda says, I looked up chartreuse and I would describe it as a spring green or a green yellow. Yeah. And it does not sound like that color to me. Like, I'm definitely getting more a pink or purple vibe. Yep. See, like Nikki sounds like it should be purplish, right? Like it should be like a more purple version of the red on this book here to me. Like if somebody said this color was chartreuse, I'd probably be like, sure, sure it is. Sure. Yeah, that sounds right. And then if somebody was like, no, it's really like more like the lighter green in this chair. Yeah, it doesn't sound like chartreuse. And Cherie says, hi. And Coda says, yeah, it was something like on the blue spectrum too. Yeah, yeah. And James says, what really messes me up is vermilion is red. Yeah. I don't know. Vermilion to me, for some reason, sounds right. Like, I've, like, to me, vermilion seems like it should be red. Maybe because I've always seen vermilion next to the color, but chartreuse is just, no. And Coda meant blue red to him. And James said it should be green. Vermilion should be green. I could see that. I could see that. Yes, familiar stuff. Yeah. So we just need to switch them. That's what I'm understanding. Coda said, "Oh, it is. It's very green, James." We're just gonna come up with a new crayon box. We should do that. Like a new crayon box that has all those like strange color names with the colors that they should be. And Christina says hi to Cherie. Coda says, "Oh, I thought you were talking about chartreuse still. Vermilion should be green." Yeah, see, Nikki, whoever chose these color names messed up big time. Yeah, yeah, they did that just to confuse us. Coda says physical colors and colors of light also mix differently. Yep, primary colors of light are RGB instead of RYB, and then you put them all together and you get white instead of black and brown. Yes, I know, Coda. Like actually like getting into actual physical paint colors and how they mix with light then just blows out of your mind everything you thought you knew about crayons like and color and how it actually works, and you just have to start all over, and that's how you end up with somebody saying that chartreuse is green. And the bookshop boy, actually here in Italy we say pink salmon and pink peach. Oh, yeah, well, see, that's because 'cause you're Italian and you have all those great painters and they've, like, settled the matter. They're like, there's no discrepancy here. These are what these colors truly are." But I like that you add, like, the extra color before them. Rita's laughing about vermilion. James, the cones in our eyes are red, green, blue. Yellow is only for the visible light. See, look at this. On that note, magenta doesn't actually exist. So there'd be no magenta in our crayon box. It would be replaced by chartreuse. This is what I'm deciding here. I might have to come out with the true color wheel as created by the sprint. Christina, that is because black is all the colors and white is the absence of colors. So so grays and grays are different too, depending on whether the black and more blue, red, green, purple in it. Yeah. Yep, exactly. Yeah, and then depending on what the material is that is black, a lot of times it's not even what we think of in our mind as black. It's just a whole bunch of colors layered in. And then depending on what color you have more of in your black, when you add your white to it, we'll show you what the underlying colors are. Rita, I felt that vermilion should be green too. Don't worry, it will be in my crayon box coming out this fall. Vermilion sounds like it should be chartreuse. Yes, yes, yes. See, we're all in agreement here. And Rita says, "Where did magenta go?" It just disappeared, Rita. It just doesn't exist. Christina, but then there's the light spectrum because colors on that spectrum are different. The primary colors are green, red, and blue. And James, there's a gap where the color is, so the mind just makes it up. Yep. Because our mind makes up a lot of stuff, including pretty much everything that we're seeing cohesively as one picture right now. Code up. Hmm. Christina, the thing that can really mess you up is that light reflects off something that does not actually have that color in it. And this confuses me every time. Yes. And that can go on like a whole nother tangent about not being able to like mentally understand what you're seeing. And so then you don't see it at all. Yeah, our brain is the one really controlling all our vision, and nothing we see is what's actually there the way it is, kinda, sort of. And Rita, yeah, I think that's how we all feel now because I don't know what that conversation was, but it was great. I loved that. I don't we're never gonna figure out how we got onto that topic, and went into some deep, like, eye and color theory there. So we are going to go on to our next sprint. I see my timer is just under 45 minutes, so I'm going to go ahead and leave it there. Thank you guys for that wonderful conversation. Christina's adding, so a blue block has every color in it except blue, right? Which seems like the exact opposite way that it should be, but it's not. And Nikki said, it all started with my sweater. That's right. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you for bringing it back. And Rita loved the conversation. I did too. That was the most awesome conversation from the start of like the color of my sweater. And who even knows why I mentioned that? But who cares? Because I loved it. I was here for it. All right, let's sprint. Let's get back to some reading, guys. Here is our timer. I'm going to read some more Villette, and I will see you guys after the sprint. Hello, hello, hello. Back from that sprint we are. How did it go for you guys? I got a good almost 20 pages in on Villette, so that was a nice sprint to come back to after doing my hair and chatting for a bit in our wonderful conversation on colors. So when we left off, we were just finishing that conversation. Christina was saying that yes, it was a great conversation in response to Rita. James was still talking about the colors and how um, blue bricks will contain like every color but blue in them, and that but we see them as blue because the blue is or no, I'm sorry, red bricks. I'm getting really confused. Anyway, go back and see that conversation. It was a great conversation about color. And James was finishing his comment by saying, it's because blue is absorbed from the light and it separates it out. And then Christina was saying, yep, that blows my mind a bit. And James was saying, same. And then they were both saying how it was like just fun stuff to think and talk about, which it totally is. So and then Noah said, "Time for me to go to sleep. Thanks, Nicole, for the sprints." Well, I'm sure you're sleeping now, Noah. So have a wonderful night. It was a pleasure having you. And it sounds like we'll be seeing Noah around. So James said goodbye to Noah. And oh, and Made with Books also heading out. It's past 10 here, and I need to have an early morning. You're welcome. You're probably also gone. So bye, bye, bye. Thanks for coming. And James said goodbye. Rita said, sad face, gotta run, heading to out to do opera choir rehearsals. Rita, you're gone, but I'm totally bringing this up on your next sprint. I was just talking about opera, and I don't think Rita was here when I was talking about that. I love opera, so definitely want to hear more about those opera choir rehearsals because that's amazing. Jessica says, gotta head out for about 20 minutes. Hopefully, we'll be back in time for another sprint. Going to get things to make burgers and fries for dinner tonight. Yum, yum, yum. That sounds delicious, delicious, Jessica. So you said that at 4:30. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You'll probably make it back in time for our sprint. Could have said had to go back to work, but got a little reading done on lunch. Lovely. Well, hey, at least you're getting to work. It was slow going, but it sounds like you're on a roll now. James got 59 pages, got 103 pages left until you go to bed. Okay, you're getting there. You've made some good progress. Not too bad. And Storm says 77% into the body on the doorstep. That is like the creepiest title. I know you said it's cozy, but that just seems like super super creeps. So I'm thinking that after this we'll do one last sprint and then come back and chat and call it a night because I know at 5:30 Lexi Rose Reads will have a sprint, and then at 7 Storm has her sprint. Amy's Bookish Life has a sprint, and then at 8 o'clock Jaleesa, who was in the comments at one point, she is sprinting. So I figure if we do one last sprint and then chitter chat and say goodbye, that'll be perfect. Christina says on chapter 13 now, look at that face. You got all the things done this morning, Christina, and then you got, your reading done. And then Enya started a new book from a German author and read 27 pages, but should probably go to bed. It's almost 11 p.m. here in Austria. Yup. Well, have a wonderful night if you're still here. If not, have a wonderful night anyway. And then if you are here, I don't know if you knew, but Made with Books also reads in German. So I'm guessing you guys are fairly close to each other since there's only a few German-speaking countries. So that's neat, and you're probably also both in same time zone, which is why you're both going to bed. MH says read 10% and a strange hymn by Laura Thalassa. Okay, how's that going? Sounds interesting. You got a decent amount done in that time. Teresa said, just started a short story collection called A Surprise for Christmas. I had to wait for it from the library, sure, but I don't mind still reading Christmas stuff. It is a break from other reading. Yeah, and Christmas stuff is always like nice and cozy and sweet and like not overly complicated. And if it's still winter and snowy with you, Still fits the vibe, right? Heather said, "Thank you so much for your company today." You're very welcome, Heather. Thanks for being on. Christina said, "Have a beautiful night to Noah, Made with Books, and Rita." Yep, yep, yep. Same, same, same. James said, or Jamie rather said, "Continued on the job hunt, also did the dishes." Very good. Yeah, I know you said you were taking a break and then getting back to it. So good. Beck said, "My workday is wrapping up, so I'm finally able to sit down and read some Monte Cristo." Yay! I'd like to ask where you're at, but I feel like that might be spoilers for people who haven't read it yet. So, like, what percentage into the book are you? That might be, or what country are you in? That might help me some. But yeah, I'm glad you get to read. Dee said, "Finally, a week per 380 pages later, I feel exhausted. Oh, a palate cleanser ASAP. Yes, okay. Well, you're done, Dee. It's over. You don't need to like go back. You can move on. So I hope you find a really good, short, fun, light, fluffy read to follow that up with. The book hermit, "I've rested as I'm not feeling too well." Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You're the second person today who said they're not feeling well. Well, I hope you get to continue to rest. Cherie said, or Sherry, this is Sherry, the book gnome, said, "Hi, y'all. Back from the library. Glad I made it for a sprint. Yay. And we're going to be doing one more sprint. So you're welcome to stay for that. What did you get at the library? Because you know us readers want to know." Christina said, "Yay, so many sprints." Yeah, I know. I usually get off at 2 because usually my son's like coming home and like lots of stuff happen or I have to go and pick him up and that kind of thing. But they had no school today. After it's like no school January. So I didn't have to worry about that. So everybody's home doing their own thing. So I was like, I'll sprint longer because, can't have too many. And Christina said, "Yes, have a beautiful night. Yes, yes, you're Christina. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Happy sprinting with y'all. Yes, same, same, same. Bye." Christina said, "Book hermit rest is good and hydrate." Yes. And chicken noodle soup by Campbell's. This is not sponsored, but I would if I could. Like, I don't know what they do in that condensed chicken noodle soup if you can get it. It's the only one, guys. Unless you literally make it from home yourself, it's a miracle worker. And Christina said, "I hope you feel better soon." I do too, Book Hermit. It's never fun not to feel well. James said, "I'm tired, so I'm going to go to bed now. I'll add today's unread pages to tomorrow, and I'm like 3 days ahead." Oh, yeah. So you're good. All right. It was great having you on, James. Have a good night's sleep and rest, and I'm sure we will see you around. And the Book Hermit says, "Thank you. Thank you, lovely Christina. Thank you for the sprints. You're very welcome." Oh, thank you. Thank you for saying that. I have a lot of fun with you guys too. So I'm only part of this conversation. Christina, my son is on break too. He goes to school here though virtually. He goes back on the 1st. Nice. Yeah, my son did virtual school his freshman year, like through an online platform that already had it set up because it was 2020 and we all know how school was that year. And it was really good experience. Like he was happy to go back into the public school and do that. But he was also really happy he did that year. So the book says good night to James. Yep. Beck says, "I'm at 44% through Count of Monte Cristo." Okay. The section is in Paris. Yes. Yes. When it's back to Paris, it's just it's just rolling from there. And yeah, I just remember having so many shocked faces as my reactions through the entire remainder of the book. And it wasn't like the first 44% was like boring, nothing's happening. But that last 60%, it gets wild. So enjoy if you have not read it before. There's so much stuff that happens that like I got about 50% of the way through and I was like, I'm gonna have to reread this book because I know is like subtle stuff that I'm missing. Christina said, "I prefer turkey noodle soup. It has tryptophan in it." Oh, that's true. So then it would make you sleepy. I might have to get on that, Christina, and have both. Like chicken noodle soup early in the morning to clear me out, because that's what the chicken noodle soup is good for. It helps clear your sinuses for reasons I still don't totally understand. But do that during the day, and then, like, right before bed, some turkey soup. I'm seeing this plan of attack here. I like these ideas. Thank you for the sprint. Gonna go and relax for the rest of the evening. Have a good evening, Dee. I'm glad we could support you through the end of that book. Go and enjoy and relax and do something you like at this point. Christina, have a beautiful night to James. Yes. Bex, thank you for hosting these sprints. It was nice to have some background company during my workday. You're welcome. And so excited to hear what everybody's reading. I totally agree. And Christina said, yeah, 2020 did not affect his school exactly, except to give him more work. He's in 10th grade and has gone to this school since kindergarten. Nice. Well, I won't ask you because that's very personal, but I have a feeling I know what program you're probably using because it's one of the few that does K through 12. So Christina says, have a beautiful rest of your day, Dee. Yes. All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and get us going so that we can, if you're going on to other people's sprints, be done at about 5:30 before Lexi starts hers. I'm just going to do a shorter 30-minute sprint if that's okay with everybody. And then that way we can get off, talk a little bit, and that kind of thing. But let's get one last round of reading in. Let me adjust our timer here. So, but thank you guys for coming on and for staying so long. I had a blast with everybody. And let's do our last sprint. I will also put our little last sprint banner up. And Kiana's saying thanks for the sprint, going back to work. All right, have a great time back at work, or at least, get back to work. Get it, get it. Christina says, "Oh, see you too, Vix." And it's K-12, but they call it something else now. Yes, I do. Okay, so yeah, I wasn't saying that it was K-12, but they do K through 12, and yes, my son did K-12 as well. And yeah, I do recall that they were changing the name. I think they changed the name right after 2020, if I remember. That's a really good program. It is so well organized that it has been my pet peeve ever since going back into the regular school, because I was like, this could be better organized, because they now do a lot of things online through with Canvas, and I'm like, you could be organizing this better. Like, I've seen it, it's possible. And Dee said, oh, you too, Kay, thank you. Well, good night to everybody who has left, but to everybody who is staying, let's get to our last sprint. We'll do 30 minutes, and then I will free you, and we can all go on to somebody else's sprint, because I know that's what I'll be doing later today. But for now, here we go, and I will see you in 30 minutes. Happy reading or productivity, whatever you do. Okay, welcome back. That was our last sprint that we were on. I'll just leave that little passage there going so if people come along, so we can see it's getting dark here because you can tell that my face has a lot more blue in it because of the light of the setting sun where I'm at. So, how did that last sprint go? Mine went really well. I have made it today with all of you, almost 100 pages into Villette. I'm on page 94 right now. And I think when we started, I was I was not very far in. I was maybe on page like 16 or something. So I got a lot done today. I hope you guys did as well. I finished out that sprint. I'm just starting to put some stuff in my reading journal about my initial thoughts on some of the themes that were coming up in Villette. Because I didn't want to forget them, even though I'm marking them with sticky notes. So, how'd that last sprint go? How was the day for you and that kind of thing? I know I'm going to be, when I get off, I'm probably going to go walk around, get some stretching in, make sure I hydrate, check in with my husband, and start looking at working on dinner and such, and then head into my evening. Mondays, I usually just take off because I may or may not have to work over the weekend. This weekend, I worked both days of the weekend some. So it was nice to have today to just chill and relax. And I will be doing that this evening as well. So maybe I'll see you guys around um, at some other sprints and whatnot. But let's go check out the comments and see what you guys had going on. So, Christina, we were talking about schooling and she was saying K-12, but that she was having trouble with the state school. Yep, I know what you're talking about with, yeah, because there's K-12 and everything they do, and then there's the state part. I'm sorry, I know you were talking a lot this month about how you were just struggling with them and fighting with them. So I'm glad you're able to have a break and get away from that. Nikki was saying that she had to head out because she needed to wake up early. So thanks for joining us, Nikki. It was great having you. And I was saying goodbye to her. And Christina was wishing her a beautiful rest of her day, peaceful sleep. Sophia said, thanks for the sprint. Had a great time today. Now I got to go eat some food. Yes, go do that. I know you got some school stuff done and then also got some reading in. So that's great. Christina said, have a great day to Sophia. Yep, yep, yep. And, oh, Jessica just got back. Oh, well, all I have read about 40 pages, currently sitting at 147 of 473. Okay. Well, you've got some good reading left to do, so that's not a bad thing. Inmate said, read another 10%. Thanks for the sprint. You're very welcome. You got a lot done today. Yeah, because between finishing your book, right, and then getting 20% into the next one, that's awesome. Jamie said, pretty productive day here. 6 job applications. Yay! Including cover letters and online assessments. Did a little reading, and the dishes are done. That is an amazing day. And lots of luck on those job applications for you. Teresa said, thanks, Nicole. You're very welcome. Christina said, I got to chapter 17 and worked on a blanket. Nice. You got a lot done today, too, I know. The book hermit said, I got a little read, going to sleep next. Thank you for the lovely sprints. You're very welcome. It was nice having you on. Glad you got some reading in, and I hope you have a good night's sleep. Christina said, thanks for the sprint. Have a beautiful rest of the day. Maybe see you on Lexi's. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I'll make it on hers with everything I have going on this evening because it'll fall during dinner time, but we'll see. We'll see. And then City Girl writer journaling during the last sprint, hoping to finish Court of Wanderers before going back to work tomorrow. Well, best of luck to you and have a great day at work tomorrow. You're very welcome for hosting a sprint. It was good to see you on. And Bex says, gonna do yoga and try and get a run in before it gets too late. And then I'll start food prep for lunch tomorrow and finish my evening with Monte Cristo. Sounds like you have an amazing evening ahead of you. So I hope you enjoy it. Have a good run, good yoga, good lunch prep and dinner, I'm sure is in there somewhere. And enjoy the Count of Monte Cristo. And Sherry, the book gnome, says, got about 10% in Black Mist. Sorry, missed most of the sprints. It happens. Yeah, no worries. Yes, hope to see you next week. And Tammy says, thank you for the sprints. You're welcome. If you don't know, I do usually sprint every Monday, but usually just from 9 to 2. But when I'm able to, if there's a school day off, that kind of thing, I may try and go longer. So just keep an eye on that. Beck says, I hope everyone has a great rest of their day and night. So true. Thank you, lovely people, for joining us. I had a great time with you guys, some great discussions. And I enjoy hanging out every single week with all of you, whether at my sprint or other people's. Like I said, Lexi Rose, she will be sprinting in 1 minute. So there will be no gap. And at 7, Storm will be on sprinting and Amy's Bookish Life as well. And then at 8 o'clock, Jaleesa will be on. And I have been in at least lurking in all of these sprints, and they're all wonderful people. So you're welcome, Jamie. Have a great night to you too. Thank you again to everybody who's joined. Have a wonderful evening. Rest up. Have a good night or a good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. Yes, it is the best way to spend a Monday morning is hanging out with friends and chatting and reading and getting stuff done. I agree with you, Christina. So that is it for today. I will see you guys hopefully on next week. Have a great evening.